Welcome back to Renaissance of the Antiquities, session 59. Last we left our heroes. They had been dealing with Fizz and more of his shenanigans in the town of Holden, having returned Mal, as he is known to the public in Holden, has overthrown Lord Holden himself, implanted his father through a series of sketchy means that most people are not really questioning, but the captain of the guard, Captain Harrican himself, is asking a lot of questions. Perhaps with the influence of Johnny as well, the acquaintance Mal made back in Aracrost, and his recent escapades in the evenings in darker dealings. Mal has come to the culmination where he believes it is best to remove the captain from the picture, as he is asking too many questions, and Johnny has agreed to help in light of using this opportunity as a moment of teaching, perhaps, in the way, and whatever this strange path Mal has found himself thrust upon. We pick up this evening after many of these events have just occurred. Everybody, for their own respective reasons, were headed more or less back to the Striking Giant Inn and Tavern after a day of errands and various other meetings across town and with people. I believe likely Nithirn and Mowgli would arrive first. Whether they go to the stables or the inn tavern is up to them, but we'll pick up here.
I would think stables. Right, Neth?
That's where we went first until the evening started setting in. I was practicing with my gloves to really understand the capabilities that distance tremor sense will give me, because I haven't really played with it much. So I'm playing with that.
Okay.
Like sitting at the door and then doing tremor sense and then looking up to see who's actually walking when I feel the tremors and so forth heading towards the bar.
Yeah.
So in testing my distance and how well I can feel and identify who's going where, because there is a fair amount of identification that can be done with tremor sense. So let's just try to practice that.
Go ahead and roll a perception check just to kind of see how in this, you've just recently started trying to do this. Yeah, so it feels there's something natural about it for you.
Yeah, +3 to non-audio. So
Yeah, there's something natural about this, and while it's not perhaps perfected by any sense, you are quickly adapting and adjusting to the feeling of this strange tremor sense, this enhanced sense of vibration. Is there something particular you're looking for, Mowgli?
I'm copying Neth.
I see. So you are staring intensely at the dirt. You're not sure what she's doing or looking at, but you are counting the grains. You're noticing the various colors of rocks. There's a piece of horse poo there, a few pieces of straw. Is that a squirrel dung?
Does he want to eat it? I would assume he would.
I
Oop.
think that's your
Oh,
call.
he would definitely eat that.
All right. Well, a strange snack here this evening you find on the ground. Your breath will certainly smell pretty bad for anyone you talk to this evening.
Yeah, Nethiaren's going to mention it here in a minute.
In any case, while that happens out in the stables, Mal, you probably return first to go wherever you'd like for your evening while you wait for Johnny and whoever else you are.
And I'm reading how he walks. You see what I'm trying to do?
Yeah, you notice somebody comes in. You don't have enough experience with anybody yet to have that's who that is, but
Right.
You catch somebody and then you kind of look at them and you get okay, that's Mal. I'll maybe next time I'll there's something about that I'll recognize. Maybe not.
Right.
I imagine I walk with a little bit of a tempo, like a set tempo based off of my mood.
You see a couple of commoners about the area. This back doors are actually open. You can see Drix and Wizard back there.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and sit down beside Wizard.
Good evening, Mel.
Hello, Wizard. So, got a bit of a situation you might be interested in this evening.
Oh, what's that?
Somebody's been... And I'm whispering so that hopefully Drix doesn't overhear. Somebody's been doing... questioning things a little bit too much. I think they need to be taken care of.
What sort of taken care of are you intending?
Well, let's just say I'm sure the dawn tomorrow will be nice and beautiful. He's not gonna see it though.
I find it interesting. You're deciding to take this sort of path. Usually you're a bit, there's a bit more finesse to what you do.
I mean, I want Willie to come with us.
kid.
Yeah.
Why? You want to subject him to a murder?
I mean, you've
He
seen
hasn't
how he's
quite
worked with those
seen something like
kids.
that, I believe. Not from what I remember.
Isn't he an orphan? Didn't he see his parents die?
Yes, but he was young. He's lived on the streets. But from what he told me of his past, he hasn't killed anyone.
He won't have to do the killing.
But you want him to witness it.
He doesn't have to witness it, but he needs to be nearby.
Why do you tell me this?
Believe it or not, Wizard, I trust you.
Trust aside, is there something you're hoping to gain from me? You need my assistance. You looking for my approval, advice? Perhaps you're looking for me to point out the flaw in your plan, whatever it may be.
I mean,
If you think I'm going to
want
talk
point
you
out
out
a
of
flaw,
it, I won't.
sure.
I don't quite know your plan, so...
Well, I mean, Johnny's going to be there.
I don't know who that is.
Well, tells me that you've dabbled in some things before. Seems to know you a little bit.
I find that mildly unnerving. There's not many who know much about me.
Well, I think it'll take us along the path towards the book.
Taween's book.
Yeah.
Now that does interest me.
And what happens tonight will
is-
be connected to that, I'm sure of it.
Well, if it comes to the book, let me know. I am interested in being able to read it again. There were rituals in there I was just beginning to understand. I had just cracked the language that it was hidden behind when it was taken from us.
Mm-hmm. Well, when we do have a way of getting Tywin back for a little while. Hopefully we can get the book off him then. Convince him that we should hold on to it for him.
Understood. So do you need my aid tonight then? On your little escapade?
Yeah, I think so. We could run into some trouble.
Okay. Are you bringing any of the others?
I think I can convince Raoul and Mowgli. Nithir and I need her to do something else that I messed up earlier today.
You believe her sense of judgment would be amiable to fix this problem you caused? Perhaps she won't care.
I think her authority will help.
I'll be interested to see what you get her to do.
Yeah.
And she's tough to... I don't want to say manipulate, but work with in certain ways. Yeah. Language barrier aside.
I mean, I hope she sees the value in what I'm going to ask her to do. There's definitely value, I think, there for us.
Well, this should be interesting. Drix is like half asleep. It looks like you see like 4 glasses in front of him. The guitar's in his hand, like slumped slightly.
Of course.
And as you sit there and talk with Wizard for some time, Raoul, you, having found yourself bored to death with no food, drink, or beverage at the other inn, have made your way back here to see what sort of entertainment and cider you might find for the night.
I look around. I see the boys. He walk over.
Raoul, come join us over here at this table. Drix is
Oh,
sleeping with off.
I didn't see that Drix was sleeping.
Yeah. Hey, Raoul. So, are you busy this evening?
See, I got I did that today. Maybe.
The captain was behaving kind of oddly this evening when I talked with him and tried following him home, and he spotted me. He tried to throw me in the jail. Fortunately, I wasn't in this form. He got a little bit of a problem. Sounds like he's trying to organize a resistance.
That wouldn't be good.
No, and it seems like he also maybe knew a little bit more about what Holden was doing with Sybil and the rest of them.
All right. What are we doing then?
I thought we'd go take care of the problem this evening.
We are talking about killing him, right?
Well, I mean, if it comes to that, yeah. It probably will. He seems...
I'm just making sure we're all on the same page, because
yeah,
I've had people talk like
he's
that.
a bit of a hard, stubborn ass.
I've been around with people
Probably.
who talked about that once. And then when it came to the problem, I was ready to kill him. And then apparently we just needed to pay our bills or something. I don't remember. But they were talking itchy like that. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
This is the real deal. But don't worry. I'll be the one who hopefully takes care of him. We need he might be pretty tough, so
all right.
Nithyan's not gonna come with us though. She probably wouldn't like the idea. Plus, I need her to sort something out for me that I messed up earlier.
I see.
Yeah. Well, the others are probably at the stable, so I'm gonna head over there and them and I'll start making my way out. I don't know if they're walking in as I'm going out.
No, I didn't say they were coming in.
Yeah, mine.
Hey.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did you? You may have been muted or I missed it.
My intent was after I saw everybody go there that I was going to suggest to Mowgli that we go, that everybody's there. As I was doing that, I would have since Raoul and watched him walk in, I would know that everybody's in there. I would head in.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Then that kind of as you're coming out of the door, Mal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I asked Mowgli, "Let's go see what they're up to, Mowgli."
Oh, okay.
Oh, and
Mowgli's got all
when you-
his additions now, right?
yeah, when you eat what you just ate, you should drink lots of water afterwards because it's fairly noticeable, especially to me. All right, and then we go.
Oh, hey there, Nithir. How's it going?
Going good.
I messed something up this evening, and I was hoping that you'd be able to help me out. I mean, I think it's you are gonna have to acquire some stuff, but I mean, it's more for the group than you. Hopefully that doesn't impact your vows and stuff like that. I accidentally let it slip, and I'll step forward, that the armor was magical, that Crash's armor that was in the vault in the barracks. And the captain of the guard has packed it up and is asking the Vith to process it and, I don't know, destroy it or send it back to Opportunity or something. And I very much think that it would be best if we held on to that, because we might be able to study the armor a little bit and learn more about what exactly Crash was doing with all the stuff that he's been doing with all the anchor.
You're saying there's, I assume you mean the Arbiter.
Yes. I mean, the Arbiter wasn't there, but I believe the captain had sent for him, or at least notified him that there was a magic item that had been found and is waiting for him in the barracks. Yeah.
They have a way to. He has a way to notify him. I know that when I last, I had the last communicated with them when that whole night happened. He's heading back to the Shaper. I don't know that he's back by now. But if you think there's an Arbiter in town, you know.
I didn't realize that the Arbiter.
Yeah, he left.
Okay, so maybe then. I mean, I don't know. You kind of look like a bit. They might let you just take it.
Well, I don't need it.
But we could use it.
Well, sure. Let's go. Let's go get it. I'll ask him for you. I'll probably need somebody to talk to him.
True. That is right. I mean, I've got a little bit of business elsewhere in town this evening. We could wake Drix up and he could go with you.
He hasn't learned sign language yet.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, Raoul, Mowgli's getting really good at it.
Yes, Mowgli is getting really good at it.
Raoul, but he's no offense, Mowgli, but communication's still not your number one. Get better though, I have to say that. Or Raoul, or Wizrun, or yourself. I mean, I'm not gonna tell him I'm Bith though, if you expect that.
No, I was just, they might assume because you look kind of like a Bith.
Not really.
I mean,
shorter, have smaller ears.
A little bit. To the untrained eye, you look a lot like the ref.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine they haven't seen very many Eladrin.
Yeah. To these country bumpkins.
Probably the only one.
Yeah.
You're walking back in. So
Yeah.
Let's see who wants to go, or whenever you want to do that.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that in the morning then, I guess.
Your plan's already crumbling. Nith.
You might want to get Mowgli something to drink that smells good very quickly.
Yeah, he does kind of stink more than usual this morning, or this evening.
He found a new snack.
Ah, I see.
Not something I think. Well, I know I would eat it. I don't think any of you would either, but he seemed to enjoy it.
I'll I don't know, is there something on the table I can offer to Mowgli?
Drix has like a half-eaten plate of food. There's like
there we go.
It's soup. It's soup. That's almost all Gerald cooks is soup. But
I'll hand him Drix's leftover soup. As I sit back down.
It might take more than that.
I mean, it'll.
He reaches in between the gaps of his huge gaps in his teeth and pulls out a piece of poop.
oh god.
Well, I guess I didn't think about this, but Nithyorn does need somebody to go with her. I guess I can tell you guys, I accidentally let slip that the armor that we found, Raoul, was magical, and now it's under lock and key in the barracks. So being a fifth arbiter to inspect it and destroy it, or send it back to Opportunity or something. So I thought that it would be better if we had that on us, so that we could maybe try to get a little bit more info about Karash's faith or whatever he was doing.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
Nothing, I guess. So I guess I'll go with Nif in the morning then. Hey Mowgli. You know, I never thought to ask, like, is there a particular language that your people speak?
I don't have a people.
Everybody's got a people.
I don't remember any language. I just remember everything was soft, easy, pleasant for a while, and then it wasn't. That's what I remember. Nith was there. She can tell you.
It doesn't quite work that way.
Yeah. Man,
sounds just like
Mowgli,
my friend
your
Fluffy.
breath really. Hi there, Johnny. Just
hello. The door didn't open or anything. You looked over and he's there, leaned up against the door casually.
yeah. We're gonna get going shortly. I need to get my friend here, Mowgli, a drink. Mowgli, let's go up to the bar.
How are the rest of you doing tonight? Leans over to Raoul.
Have I ever met Johnny? Yeah, I can't remember.
I think briefly in the keep.
Yeah, you did. You gave him your name.
Oh yeah. Johnny.
Raoul, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright. You here to join us to drink?
I was invited, yes.
Wonderful.
It should be wonderful.
Mowgli, are you coming along with me to the bar, or
Yeah, Mowgli, come.
I'll buy you some.
I'm Mowgli thirsty.
Johnny
Yes,
slips
yes,
past
yes.
you.
Oh.
Now, when are we leaving?
Okay, so you know how we promised to help each other out at those stones?
Mowgli loved Fizz, but she's gonna say
Yes.
out loud, which may not be
Excellent.
good.
Excellent. I need you to help me out with something tonight. Nithyan's not going to come along. She needs to relax. She's got to look after Tywin and make sure that the squirrel's safe.
Mowgli, help.
Excellent. I'll go and buy him whatever he wants, however many. I'll just slap
Yeah, easy enough.
2 blues on the counter, knowing that that's gonna be a lot of food.
Fair enough. Whatever you need, your whole party stay is covered here for the next few days. Whatever you need, food, drink wise, the whole time.
Here you go, Mowgli. Here's a nice draft of cider for you. That should help with your breath. Okay.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, we're going back. Where's Johnny?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I was like, where is he? There's just so many tokens in one spot. Hey,
people here.
Johnny. Okay. Yeah. We're pretty much ready to go. We just
Excellent.
grab somebody on the way out.
Oh,
Where are you going?
He knows about us taking care of this problem.
Yeah, there's just a little problem, Nithir, and that we're gonna go sort out this evening. You don't have to worry about it. I know that you probably want to, train up with Tywin.
Didn't you say this guy was going to be strong?
Prowl.
Yeah.
What did I say? You have to remember the things that I say. I know it's only been a few minutes, but you have to remember these things. The instructions are important.
Did you tell me not to tell Nith?
Yes, I did.
I wasn't paying attention as a player.
Exactly.
Johnny is just dying in the corner. Any laughter you hear me have assumes Johnny's.
Sounds like you're up to something that is Mal's way of doing things.
Yes, it's going to be a very maleficent night tonight.
You don't need my help?
I think I finally get that.
I don't think so. I think we'll be fine.
Alright. I'll keep an eye on Tywin.
Thanks.
I've been teaching him tricks.
Cool.
And he's almost ready to come out with us, which would be quite fun.
Yeah, I'd like him to go with us when we go to the Bugbears.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think that'd be we can use that coin to sort of, while we're at the Bugbear camp, he can be Tywin again, and Mowgli can meet him, and Raoul can meet him, and
well, that would be really nice to see Tywin again.
Yeah,
I really miss him.
And then hopefully it won't be too long between then and when we're able to actually get him back fully. Once we have that egg back.
That's what I was hoping to talk about at some point, if we really have a plan of what we're going to do. Are we done here? Are we ready to move on to help out there?
Yeah, I mean we can leave tomorrow afternoon or the next day whenever you think you're ready to go with Tywin. I don't really
he's ready. He's ready. We'll have to keep an eye on him, but he responds well to the nuts, and I got an endless supply of nuts right now.
Yeah. After tonight, I'm feeling pretty good about the whole Holden. So we can We can go for a quick hike.
And not to sound. Well, I'm very hopeful that we're able to fix me too. I just feel I can't really give my all to the group, and I feel bad about that.
I mean, she is. We paid Jocelyn some money so that she could start working on the scrolls. She just needs that. I mean, I keep calling it an egg, but I think it was like an orb or something. I don't know. If it walks like an egg, talks like an egg, it must be. So I'm going orb of change, egg of change.
Orb of change.
Interchangeable.
All right. Fine with that.
Okay. Well, we should get going, Johnny and everybody. I'm gonna go and Mowgli. We're heading out. You're kind of behind, and I'm just gonna knock on Willie's door, and then enter.
Yeah. What's up? What do you need?
Hey. I'll close the door behind me. So, listen.
You're not about to be creepy, are you? I'll kick you if you're creepy.
Yes, and that's a good thing. But I was thinking, maybe for a couple of violence, you'd be willing to claim somebody was creepy.
What do you mean?
There's just somebody in town we got to deal with tonight, and he's fairly important, so if we could cast some shade on his name, that would be good.
5 violence.
give you-
I like him.
I'll give you 3 now, and I'll give you 3 later.
All right, deal. What's the name?
It's and now
Check your notes.
gotta check my notes. Captain Jules Harrican.
Captain? He's kind of an
Yeah.
asshole.
Yep.
Beat up Snickers.
All right, I can get something stirred up. Don't know how well it'll work,
Excellent.
but I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I don't know if you
How's
need
you doing
to
business
tag
with
along. Yeah.
Huh?
I don't know if you want to tag along with us so that you put on a bit of a scene once we're done with him.
Hmm.
You just have to be nearby. You don't have to.
Really, all I need something from him is like a piece of clothing.
I'll
Something
keep
that's
that
hit-
in mind.
That's something that people know is specifically his, and then I'll tell
Yeah.
him I took it from him, and that's my proof as to how he creeped on me and he hurt me and he
Yeah.
tried to get me alone and it was awful and
Exactly.
yeah, I got
Okay.
a couple of his lower guards. I'll go start talking them up before they get
Excellent.
off shift.
Okay, Johnny, we're good to go. He doesn't actually need to come with us. Come on, guys.
I will need to inform you at some point a little bit now, preferably before we get there. So whenever you're ready for that, we'll need a safe space
Oh yeah.
with whoever's involved.
We can. I'm sure we can find somewhere all along the road to have a quick chat before we
The
get
hell
Quite an
Started.
started.
interesting
Johnny
chat
guy.
for the side of the road. But,
Oh,
it'll be
Johnny,
fun.
he's just an old friend.
How long have
I
you
am
known
an
him?
old friend indeed.
I mean, some would say longer than I've known.
You're not making sense, boy.
Yeah, what? Did
You
you
got
just
to at
say
least
longer
make
than
sense.
you've known? He's known you longer than you've known yourself.
Exactly.
You call me the crazy one.
That's just not true. He's lying. Not going to lie for you.
He calls me the crazy one.
I'm just joking with you, Raul. I met him up in Aircross when I got captured.
Now that is true. Here's a sad little boy trapped, looking for some help.
Yep.
He bought my wares. It was a nice transaction. Met him again here in Holden.
Our paths just seem to keep crossing.
Something like that. Well,
Let's go kill this guy.
well, hold about that. He stopped you at some alley, kind of halfway there. So, I happen to know that the man is at the side guard barracks. It was the building, they don't use it anymore. It is where he goes in the evenings for his extracurricular work of sorts. But it is an old building that used to be the cells. It's much smaller than the current barracks. I can take you there. There's a couple of things, though, we need to go over first. You want to learn more of the way, Mal? Then you need to know a few things before we go in there. Are you ready to understand what I have to offer?
Yep.
Understood. I'm sure it won't surprise you much at all. Only motions at Wizrun. You might not even understand motions in Mowgli. I'll be curious to see what you say. Motions at Raoul. Nevertheless, firstly, there's a few ways we can go about doing this. If you just simply kill the man, that might send him down the path of the way. The one true path, the river. But it won't guarantee it, and it is a little bit of a waste, to be honest. There are other things we can do with someone departing this world, if you know how. So, first it depends on what sorts of materials we have at our disposal. Now, if you wish to take this opportunity and make it something that can sustain me in a way, then we can go down that route, and I would be very grateful for it. You do your thing, you get whatever gain you're getting out of it, and I get my gain. And I will teach you the way that that can be done. But if you wish to take that life energy and concentrate it, turn it into something valuable, vastly more valuable than any of these coins you use today, then we can go down that route as well. There's just one little thing about it. We need an Astron that's been, prepared.
Hey, Raul, you've got that black Astron, right?
Yes. Mine.
Now, that is a surprise.
Not yours, mine. I don't know who you are, Johnny.
I'm not asking for it. We'll simply need it for the ritual.
You'll get to keep it, Raul.
We only need some of its energy.
Does it need to be black, or could it be clear?
No, black is what we need.
Ah. Don't you want to, for the sake of research, Raul, don't you want to learn a little bit here?
Sure, why not?
I was pretty sure that would work.
Alrighty, well, since we're going to go down this route, I still think I'll teach you both ways in one, even though we'll do the former. We will need to drown this target, preferably.
Drown him?
Yes, doesn't matter how much, it can be a glass of water if that's what does the trick. As long as he drowns, that's the way he goes.
We tell him that people are trying to assassinate him.
It doesn't matter, but If you can drown him, he is already prepared to go down the river itself. The one way.
Does it have to be water?
No, just drown him in any liquid.
Right, this idea might be crazy, but we tell him that people are trying to assassinate him by dehydrating him. And then we force him to drink water until he dies.
Yeah, I mean,
this...
sure. That's a way. I have an out of character question for GM.
Okay.
Would you allow me to use the grease spell if he's already dying to drown him?
I mean, yeah, you could put the grease in a container of some sort and then force feed it to him.
Yeah, okay. Excellent.
If this is the route you wish to go.
Right, so we're going to need some water then.
I mean, Raul, I think we might be okay.
There's water right around the corner. We could just get like a flask or something.
I mean, I've got a water pouch, so
when we do get there, and after you drown the men, we'll take the black crystal. I will teach your... Which one of you probably pick it up better? You look like the magey sort, dark, broody. But you're specialized in this sort of thing. Perhaps I should teach you, and he points at Raoul. I'll teach you the ritual. If you get it right, all will go well. If you get it wrong, something bad will happen.
We learned something both ways.
Indeed.
Wonderful.
Don't have to. Could just learn the way that we don't have pain.
I'm always looking at the bright side of things, okay? I'm going to try not to mess up. If I mess up, we learn something new.
No matter the case, Valvaloth will thank us.
Like, how do you think people learn that some mushrooms are poisonous? By accidentally eating it.
There you go. Makes perfect sense. Well,
Kind of
along
a tough
we go
lesson
then.
if you're dead.
Oh.
But okay.
Yes.
But the people around him learn that. If you guys die because I messed up on the ritual, I learned that.
yep. You'll get to carry that knowledge forward with you.
I'm writing my book.
Exactly.
Sounds like the last chapter.
Sounds like the first chapter to me.
So,
Now, why
You
are we
guys
doing
follow-
the ritual thing?
I'm sorry, what?
Why are we doing this?
To
I
learn
leave
more
that-
about the Astron.
To him to explain to you. But
Why did
if
you
you
tell
don't
me
want to
this
learn it,
before?
I won't.
Johnny knows more about this stuff than me. About the rituals and things.
Just a couple of
He's
things.
teaching me as well, you know.
All right, that's fair enough by me. You know what? I'll even roll. Fuck, I gotta open my character sheet.
What are you
What
rolling?
are you rolling?
I'm gonna sense mode of that,
Okay, I see.
but I gotta find my character sheet first. I never open it until I need it.
Oh, I mean, that is a low roll.
I haven't rolled it yet.
I rolled my bluff, though, because I already had my sheet up.
That's a smart thing to do. Sense motive.
Oh boy.
That's an even lower roll.
That makes sense to me. Let's
You
do
got a
it.
-1 for your sense motive?
Yeah, his wisdom is 8.
Okay. Just checking. I thought he had a higher wisdom.
No, he's not that person. He only has a 12 intelligence. He acts like he's smart.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job of acting smart. He's been fooling Fizz. I guess Fizz isn't particularly smart either. So.
All right, let's do this then.
As our group of averagely intelligent heroes go down the street in the evening, the sun sets on the town of Holden as you approach the former guard barracks. It's a little out of the way. It's much further down the street to the west, more towards the slummy area of town. It's actually near the edge of the road where the town itself kind of begins to descend into woods. It seems that there is a small wooden watchtower that is built nearby it, perhaps one of the town's original watch points before it became larger, and this watchtower became slightly engulfed with little shacks beneath it. The dirt roads are a bit slushy with the snow that has lightly fallen throughout the day, but as it comes into dusk, there's a bit of a brisk, chilly wind cutting into your skin as the snow whips across in the dim light. Little spots of torches and candle lights dot the sunset as people are beginning to get prepared for a cold winter's night. Chimneys begin to light up and get even heavier as they know the temperatures are about to get even chillier as night falls. But the group of you reach close to the guard station. I made the map bigger than the map itself that I have for it. So you can approach from a distance, but you see a squat little building made of cobbled stones. They are weathered with age, although not too much. You see one of the city guards standing outside of a front door. There are a couple of windows you spot as you come down around the road and around the corner to kind of get nearer it, where you do see there is some torch or candlelight coming from within, but you can't make out the inner details of this building quite yet.
Is there, before as we approach, is there a chance... is there a chance for me to do a couple spells?
Yeah, certainly. You have plenty of time to stop just at a shack, just a couple of spaces down from this, and prepare with whatever you need. Mowgli, as your party stops and Mal begins to cast some spells, you kind of glance around. You see the shacks themselves all have, like, they're made of loose timber, and it looks like you could easily kind of push them over, especially with your size and strength. But you can see that they don't even have full doors. A lot of it's like cloth or hides, and you can see little fires in a couple of them. There are people about and nearby, but nobody that's specifically outside. Yeah, I know, they're all there. That's why I said they don't see any details.
So he
inside.
can break right through that wall if he wants to.
Not of this actual building. This building is actual stone, the one that Johnny is pointing out.
The interiors he can tear
I'm just talking about the smaller little shacks that are in this area around it that aren't necessarily on the map.
Okay.
So I'm casting Weapon 1 twice.
Okay.
And I'm putting in to my gauntlets.
Mm-hmm.
One, I'm putting the Wand of Metal, and the other I'm putting in the Wand of Cure Light Wounds.
Understood. For the next 7 minutes or so, those wands are fused into your gauntlets.
Magic gauntlet.
Well, I'll be here to help out to make sure nobody gets away. But you should probably do the handling of the inside. Once you have him in some sort of liquid or sorts, I'll poke my head on in and show this one here what to do.
Yeah.
But it's your operation. Handle it the way you would. And he just kind of
Yeah.
takes a step back and lingers in the shacks in the area nearby, kind of breaking away from you guys.
Okay.
What's the plan?
All right,
Yeah,
I can climb up to the roof.
There's a man, like, right there.
yeah. We need to get him out of the way and out of here, I think.
You're killing this one too.
No, we don't. I mean, we don't have to.
Doesn't look like one of the guards I know.
You know, you're killing your own guards when you kill these guys.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll motion you guys to stay where you are, and I'll stroll up to the guard and say, "Good evening."
Hello, sir. How may I help you?
Well,
Afraid I can't let you take shelter here, if that's what you're looking for. You'll have to find some of the sort of accommodation. And he gestures to the shacks out in the area.
yeah, I was just strolling by, and well, I guess I was strolling by quite a ways back near the bar. Somebody got mugged.
That's a shame.
Yeah, isn't your job as a city guard to go investigate and maybe run the guy down?
Not tonight. I'm on post here, sir. But there should be a guard over that way that should be able to help with that matter. I can't break my position here, sir.
Okay, well. I guess, I was coming this way because I'm actually looking for Captain. I don't know if you've seen him. Have you?
Roll diplomacy.
What are these same rolls?
I mean, I've seen him, yeah, but don't know what that means you need with him. He seems skeptical.
Well, he was asking to. I chatted with him about some magic armor that we found in the barracks, and he's looking to talk to me about it.
At this hour, tonight, I wasn't told to expect visitors.
Perfect.
Hey, sir, you stay right here.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yep.
What are you doing?
See.
I'm gonna.
Sir.
Oh, I
Spins
can't?
around.
Well, if you had to bust the door open first.
Yeah,
I
Mowgli,
mean-
if you are trying to just go straight through that door, I will need a strength check. As it is locked, but that might not matter to Mowgli.
Right.
Maybe.
It,
Not.
yeah, it definitely would not matter. But okay.
Well, you could still roll.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
And it is
hold
a
on.
jail lock, so.
Well,
Be core.
it'd be in skill. Yeah, it'd be core.
Yeah.
And
I got it.
then,
I got it.
We're strength. Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, it's still a decent wooden door. These outer ones, the metal ones, are interior. But you just kick the door straight in. This guard swings around and is like, "Hey, you stop there!" And that's, I think, where we have to start initiative here, as now too many
I
things are happening
mean-
too quickly.
Yep.
We can roll initiative of real fuck, where is it? Real quick. Sir, I'm sorry. What's going on? As I start, you shouldn't go in there. As I step towards the door.
Yeah, so as you kind of like block, this man, there's a lot happening around him right now. He seems very bewildered and confused, and you can tell he seems cornered and outnumbered. And he's just shouting. So, however, though, Mowgli, with blasting the door down, you catch everyone by surprise and are able to act first in initiative. That does not necessarily mean you have to do combat, but the things are happening at this point where a turn order is a little necessary, and
Okay,
So-
hold on.
whatever you would like to do. This door in front
yeah.
of you is closed, but the one behind you blasted.
Okay, you ready? Here it goes.
What are you doing? Who are you intimidating?
Anyone within visual.
Okay, so you want to step back into this doorway then and look back out at the guard like outside and just
Yeah.
scream at him?
Yeah.
What does Mowgli do to intimidate? Is it a scream? Is there something you say? Is it something you
No.
do?
He lifts his arms up and his teeth come out and he glares with an intimidating look. Like, I'm just gonna absolutely kill you right now.
Sir, I really... Fizz, he's beginning to stammer. He looks just shocked right now. A little terrified.
Oh my! Oh dear! What is this thing? Sir, I mean, if you want me to deal with this, we certainly can, and I'm going to touch him and cast compulsive wire on him. He needs to make a will save. He fails.
Unable
He
to
needs
speak the
lie for 7
truth,
hours.
lies for 7 hours. Oh boy! All right, sir, you can't lie. Has to lie. Has to lie.
Has to lie.
Okay, so he still thinks he's gonna try and say what he's gonna say, but it's gonna come out a little backwards. So he goes, "Sir, there, you really should break in. The captain is definitely there, and unable to speak the truth. Actually, hold on. The captain is definitely not there, and you definitely should be in there. What am I saying? What am I not saying? Oh God! What have you not done to me?"
I mean, I didn't do anything.
And despite his mental and verbal confusion, he is going to be pulling his sword.
God damn it.
Which, drawing that weapon will provoke if you wanted to unarmed attack Fizz. I don't think you have him, or if you have a weapon drawn.
No, I do not have a weapon drawn.
Okay,
I mean,
a 9 probably misses you as he pulls, and like as he's pulling out of the scabbard, swipes at you.
does a 13 hit him? I don't know why that buff is on there. So it should actually... Sorry. It should be a 14, I think.
No, that does not hit him.
Yeah. Oh,
You do see that
sorry.
there's some sort of armor he is wearing.
Okay.
From inside the building, you begin to hear two dogs barking wildly as the door has just been blasted off the hinges, and they both run over at the door and begin, like, scratching at it. Wizrune, not sure entirely what's happening here, is just gonna double move, or no, he'll move here. Mal, I'm not sure what's happening here, but oh, fuck it. And he casts Shadow Prison on the guard, who fails his saving throw against reflex as tendrils of shadow from the as the sun is setting. There are some tree limb shadows in the corner of the building that are all kind of cast in this area as long drawn shadows. They seem to themselves come to life and twist around this guard's ankles and up and around his waist and arms. However, a creature passes through the walls of a shadow prison and closing it. Takes 1d6 and is blinded. Yeah. So as long as he doesn't leave it. But he can still see normally. Raoul. This man is talking nonsense. Wizard has just enclosed this man in shadows around his, lowered body. Threatening to whip his eyes if he were to leave the area of shadow.
What do I do?
You just rock him in the head, or what do you do in this situation?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What do I do in this situation?
He's a town guard. Raoul, this is a town guard you guys are fighting right now. These are the people that are supposed to uphold law here in town.
We're not really fighting. We're kind of incapacitating him. It's more like that, I think.
I guess that remains to be seen as to how
we'll
it happens.
see. Yep.
Raoul will just walk up and try to punch the man.
With an unarmed attack?
I'm trying. I don't think I can do non-lethal with my blasts. Can I?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, I only can do lethal.
That will provoke if you wanna do an unarmed strike. Because you're not trained.
Take out? I know. Do I think I can take out a town's guard with just unarmed attacks? I don't want to kill him, but he does now know it's us. Which I hate. I have to do this shit.
I didn't even create this moral quandary. You guys did.
I know.
Yep.
Are we killing this guy now?
He says it aloud.
Well,
You definitely should kill me.
You heard the man, Raoul.
No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes.
He's probably part of the conspiracy.
There definitely is a conspiracy here, and I'm definitely a part of it. No. Yes. God damn it. Ah! Ah!
Oh my god, what do I do to this man?
Stir in the
fuck.
pot.
The spell
you're
is
in the pot.
ridiculous.
I know you.
Raul doesn't know. No, you don't know the spell. You didn't spell.
You don't know this. That this is
I don't know the spell, but I know you casted a spell on it.
There's certainly something going on strange with this man. That's probably not hard to tell.
Yeah.
I would have mad said that he wants to die. God damn it! I'm in a moral.
I'm just tired of living life.
Clearly, he has a death wish.
I definitely have a death wish. Ah!
Yeah, I'm
He's
just gonna
probably got a sad home life.
I'm gonna punch him.
Okay, he's gonna make an attack of opportunity against you.
I know.
And a 10's gonna miss, so he swings wildly back behind you, but you know, you're too quick for him.
I don't even know if this is gonna work.
You swing your fist out toward him, and you just squarely land it on his armor, on his banded mail armor, and you just don't seem to punch him in a spot that actually would hurt. He just reacts with, you know, he's still mumbling and bumbling, but nothing coherent at the moment. As it is now the captain's turn inside, he is going to get up from his seat from what he was doing, mosey over to the door, wondering what the hell is happening. Kind of push the dogs aside a little bit, because they're kind of scratching at the doorway. And then he opens the door and sees Mowgli just standing there screaming out of the door with the broken scatters of it at his feet back outside at the man. Oh shit. And you see him like begin to turn around, Mowgli. You like look over and you see he's opened the door and he's like beginning to close it again, but hasn't have the action left in him. And that brings it back to the top as Mowgli.
Bad move.
Doors open.
He looks caught off guard. You see he is not wearing armor. And you see past him on the table is where you see his sword and dagger.
Do any of your weapons have reach?
No.
Mowgli, okay.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
That does mean if you want to attack the captain, you will have to do at least more than 1 square movement or 5 feet, so you won't get a full round attack, but you could still rage, or you could still move and do 1 attack, or a combat maneuver like trying to grab him. That would still just give him 1 attack.
Yeah.
But yes, you could charge, which would give you a +2 bonus to attack, but a -2 AC till your next turn. Or whatever else you want.
You're on mute. I can see your red light.
Oh.
I'm gonna charge. That would be 3.
Okay.
3 bull rush or
no, it's
Raging
still
Bite.
it's still a single attack.
so raging bite.
No, so I guess the first question is, are you deciding to go into your rage,
Yes.
or are you still okay?
No, I'm raging.
Okay. I'm looking at your attacks now. So it would be number 1 if you're attacking using the great club, or it would be 6 or 7 if you're using the great sword. Or you could just do your bite if you wanted to bite and do 2.
I'll do
You can't do anything that says full round.
6.
Effectively. Okay. Feel free to attack that. So using the new strange greatsword Mowgli pulls from his back, he rushes forward and strikes down at Captain Hurricane. That most certainly hits.
Christ,
I guess
21 damage.
the question would be, did you want to power attack? Not. You clicked the one that is not power attack, but if you wanted to do more damage with a less bonus to hit, you would have wanted to do 7, just to keep in mind. And I'd still give you the hit. I'll give you the power attack if you want. It's your call.
I guess I would have probably wanted a power attack.
Okay. So they'd still hit with a 29. So that's an extra 6 damage. So that's 27 damage. And Captain Harrican has 22, 32 minus 27. He mostly, like, you hit him really hard on the shoulder with the great sword, but he moved in such a way that it mostly flat-sided him and didn't cause any real damage, but it tore a lot of the surface of his skin off along the arm and like shredded his clothing of his left arm as he was turning around. And that brings it back to Fizz.
Yes, it does. I'm gonna see that the back turned to me. I'm gonna try and move away from him to here. Do I still have line of sight on the guard outside?
Yeah.
Okay. And I will point at him with my right gauntlet that has the wand of magic missile and shoot magic missile at him. 14 force damage.
Oh yeah, was that the one that you had made at a really high caster level?
Yes, Wizrune helped make me. Make it.
Yeah. 14 force damage. Okay, so that's 6. And then, all right, you blow through any amount of ability for his ability to dodge, and 2 of the missiles just squarely hit him right in the back as he last turned to swing at Raoul. You can see, they definitely made contact and likely hurt. He himself is going to react with a cry of pain. Ah, it feels so good!
You're so good! Baby,
as he swings his sword at Raoul to no avail yet again, and then steps back with a 5-foot step warily. These dogs really can't get in and do anything. The doorway's kind of just entirely cluttered and jammed between the door, Mowgli, and the captain. So they are just chilling for now. Wizrune. Alright, we can do that. I'll do that with you, Fizz. Damn, I have to open the sheet. As he is going to double cast Magic Missile.
Magic missile party time. Oh, the guy's dead. He's very much dead.
I haven't upped his stuff yet, so that too. 6, 10, 19, 22, 27 damage.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
They hit his head a number of times and actually take his head and helmet off and have battered it into the ground, and he slumps to the ground off to the side.
Get the body
He
inside.
is most certainly dead, as blood now stains the snow as it falls upon it. The blood melting the snow as its warmth is new to this cold environment. Raoul, there is a dead man at your feet.
Raoul, get the body inside.
That is what he wanted. All right, you want the head as well?
Yes.
You hear
Uh-oh.
Johnny call out from the close distance. You know, if you had drowned that one, it would have been a 2-for-1. It's a shame. Even the animals will work if you can drown them.
Whoa, whoa,
Good
whoa,
to
whoa.
know.
We're going too far now.
That's up to Fizz. Anyway, what are you doing, Raoul?
I'm going to grab his body and his head and bring him inside.
Okay, so you pick him up and begin to drag him a little bit closer to the door.
Yeah.
You get most of the way there. The captain, having not quite seen what's happened fully outside yet, is going to turn and provoke an attack of opportunity from Mowgli. He desperately needs his weapon. Go ahead and make the same attack you did previously. No, it'd be the last one because you've already used power attack this round, so you have to do any attacks of
7?
opportunity you
Number
make
6.
as well. It
6
should
or
be
7?
7, yeah. The very last
7,
one.
right? Yeah.
The great sword that is a single strike and power
That's
attack.
got to be good.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Try to knock him unconscious, Mowgli.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You can choose to try and deal non-lethal for another negative.
Don't think we taught Mowgli that yet.
No. It's letting his player know.
We were told
Okay.
to kill him.
There's his new bars. He is staggered and doesn't get the other half of his action.
Oh, it's a little snail.
And Mowgli, it's your turn. This man is like slumped over the table. He looks very, very bad off.
Mowgli, don't
Left dog.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, left dog. We need him to drown.
Drown. I would have
Yeah.
no idea how to do that. But he's right there, so I can do.
You could full attack you could 5-foot step in and full attack the dogs if you wanted to.
Yeah, which I would probably sword that one too.
Okay, so it'd be sword, the one that says sword full round, and then you need to decide if you want to do power attack or not. So there's 2 that'll say great sword full round, one with. All right. So he chooses it, and you'd have to 5-foot step into the doorway a little first. You can do 1 5-foot step as part of a full round action. Now, how do you want to split the attacks, if at all, or do you just want to go one by one and see how they go?
Yeah, we'll just see how it goes.
Okay. The first attack, you hit this brown. The dogs are just placeholders. I just used dogs that I had in the game already. They're both browner dogs. They're meant to resemble the ones up here in this image. But you hit him and deal 25 damage to him, so that's all of the vigor. And half of its HP. Mowgli, you raise the sword and bring it down upon the dog's back yet again. And just cleave into its spine, slinging with the great sword blood across the ceiling as you then whip around, and as you're pulling the great sword with the hook kind of gets stuck in the dog. You're not used to using this weapon yet, so you turn to the side and lean in with your jaw to the other dog that's trying to bite at your leg, and you bite at the nape of his neck and crunch down.
Yep.
Absolutely, and he has 2 bleed damage as well, as you just sink into the flesh of this dog on the nape of his neck. Fizz, you see that carnage happening in front of you.
Yeah. I'm My turn. I'm going to step forward, and I'm gonna, as I step forward, I'm gonna pull out my guitar, and I'm gonna start playing a tune, start a bardic performance. I want to try and fascinate the captain.
Okay.
Oh, I
go
thought you were
ahead.
gonna fascinate me.
So he needs to make a will save. DC is 16.
Alrighty.
Fails. He must
Fail.
listen to me.
What are you suggesting him to do?
I have to wait another round to.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
So he's just like hypnotized by you for now.
He's basically hypnotized by me right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't Mowgli, don't attack the captain. Raoul, don't attack the captain. Nobody attack the captain.
Do I have to make a save to not attack the captain?
No, nothing mechanical happens. You just choose to do whatever you want to do in this respect.
I didn't attack this guy.
Any movement for you, Fizz?
He 5-foot step already.
I
Oh,
5
did he?
foot
Okay.
stepped. Yeah.
Gotcha. That one's dead. This one just got bit. So it is going to bite back and miss as Mowgli's new armor, I believe, blocks the bite's attack, biting pointlessly against the metal that now surrounds your legs. Wizrune helps you move the body. You can move up to your full speed. Next turn is your move action, and still have your standard action and move the body along with you, if you'd like. And that's your turn, Raoul.
Yeah, I move in.
Okay.
With the body.
Move. Yep. Move wherever you'd like with your normal move action.
Just put him in the corner.
All right. And then Wizard's there because he helped you.
Okay.
And you still have your standard action.
I was told not to hurt the man. You got this one, Fizz?
I think so.
All right.
You see the dog on Mowgli's ankles as well, though much of it's obscured by the wall.
Yeah, I don't have a clear shot at that. Do I? Do I have any shot at that?
I would just give it a large cover chance.
And
But
you got Fizz
you're welcome
in
to
front
try.
of you, so probably not.
You can fire through allies.
Yeah, you can fire full. I can definitely do it because I've already taken those feats.
There will be a mischance, and like I said, most of the dog is obscured, but you're welcome to try.
He's fine. He believes everyone's got their job to do. He brought the body in. That's his job.
Okay. The captain is fascinated, so he stands there awaiting Fizz's entranced in Mal's playing. Anything in particular that you're kind of playing? Is it a smooth jazz? Is it a lullaby? Is it rock? What's got his attention? What's this tune?
Let's do smooth jazz.
That's what I was thinking.
Jazz it up.
All right, smooth guitar jazz has Captain Jules Harrican enamored
Hold music.
as it comes to
It's
Mowgli's
like hold
round.
music.
Mowgli's turn again at the top. There is the dog still biting at your armored ankles. However, not for long whatsoever. Whatever method you decide you'd like to do this, describe to me, and this is what happens. That's how much damage and carnage you can cause this dog with this assault.
I'm thinking a decapitation would be appropriate.
Understood. Decapitation it is, as you just cleave down and off with the dog's head.
And how does he taste?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not gonna eat the head, but well, now maybe I will. But I'm probably gonna eat both the dogs.
Fizz.
I'm gonna maintain the maintain the fascination for a round.
Does he get to resave or anything, or no?
Only if there's like a new threat to him.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna, I'm actually gonna stroll on up beside him and look at the table. Is there like a glass or something on the table?
So you do see that there is a tankard of ale. That's like a golden ale. There's actually a slight like glow to the ale itself. You see his dagger, which is a very interesting dagger. It has a slit in the center of it, perhaps some sort of functional use. There's a long sword, a light crossbow on the table. You see his armor kind of on the ground over here by the door. There's a handful of notes and papers on the table with writing utensils. Looks like a few letters. There's a seal and a signet ring. That's kind of the things you're kind of... It looks like a workstation that he's using for more private things, is what you see at a glance.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. You know what? So there's already liquid in the tankard.
There's this dimly glowing golden, frothy-looking beer.
Yeah. I mean, against better judgment, I will tell him. I'm gonna try and use suggestion, so he'll get another save to avoid suggestion. Will DC 16, same DC.
Okay. Keep in mind you can't tell him to do anything that will harm himself.
No. Okay, so he
11.
fails. I'm suggesting. Oh shit! Yeah, I can't suggest that he harm himself.
Yeah, you can't tell him to drink and choke on the liquid. You can't.
No.
You cannot tell him to jump off a cliff or stab himself or.
Yeah.
You could tell him to chug.
Yeah. And that's what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna say, drink and don't stop drinking until I tell you to stop.
Okay. He begins
With the
to drink
intent
the
of,
beer.
as soon as this tankard's empty, I'm going to water.
You're gonna what?
I've got a water skin on me, so if he finishes the whatever is in the tankard, I'm gonna top it off with water.
Okay.
And then once I get...
As Mal and Fizz begins to do this with Kerrigan, the others of you there, are there anything you guys are doing of note in this meantime? As he begins doing whatever he's doing. As we're kind of out of initiative at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only do it for 17 rounds. I don't know if that's...
He I mean, you can already tell he's really badly wounded. So whether this works or not, in terms of initiative, we're good.
17 rounds. If you're non-stop drinking for that long, you could drink a lot of fluid.
Yeah.
If you're chugging.
Yeah. So he begins to do that and drink water. But as I asked, Raul, Mowgli, anything the two of you were doing as he begins to... Okay, go ahead and roll perception. Oh, you did?
I did.
Anything in particular you are looking out for or trying to find, or just taking a scan of the room?
Any potential danger or opportunity?
Okay. Are you just searching... Are you searching the building as a whole? One room in particular? Patrolling outside? What?
As much area as I can cover, yeah.
Okay. So you scan around in this meantime. You see the things I described on the table. You see these cages with padlocks on chains. They're all empty. It looks like this place hasn't been used in quite some time. There's cobwebs in the corners of things. Really nothing of note in the cells themselves. The things on the table are the most noteworthy thing. In this side room, it looks like there's basic supplies. You see he left his winter coat draped over one of these, and it looks like his little traveling pack.
I take the coat and pack.
Okay. The coat's a nice warm winter cloak made of some hides. The pack itself, it's fairly light. It has what looks to be a few chips, currency inside, for whenever you care to count that out. And there's a package, like a little box that has what looks like crossbow bolts in it. And the box itself has like some interesting diagrams drawn on it. Just looks like a fancy box. The box itself is noteworthy. Other than that, just looks like a ration. There's a pair of handcuffs. An apple. There's not much in there.
Okay.
Raoul, anything for you?
So he's just like drinking water right now, right?
Yeah.
Is he just going to drink until he dies?
Johnny comes in the door and shuts the door.
We're going to have to do something.
Well, you have to drown him first. Hurricane, like wide-eyed, is like trying to resist, but he's compelled magically to continue drinking the water that Mal keeps putting in his cup.
Was technically drowning.
Well, it's not happening yet. I can say that much.
Like, let's say I kill him by just hitting him with a rock, but he's drinking water at the same time. Is that drowning?
No.
Okay.
Could knock him unconscious, though. Might make things go faster.
Or I could just do this. Oh, where is this?
Uh-oh.
He's continuing to drink, but he begins to kind of like move backwards up against the wall. Beginning to figure out that as long as he continues to drink, he can still move.
Is there anything that helps me here?
I guess
with with one hand, he's still drinking, and you begin to pour more water in the cup, and his other hand is like going towards the dagger on the table.
I'll grab the dagger off the table.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
Roll a reflex save versus his to see reflex roll off to see who grabs it first. All right, you have it. What are you doing, Raoul?
That's me attempting to grab him.
That's it.
That fails.
Yeah, and he's gonna be able to make another save, I think. I mean, it doesn't say for the suggestion, but it does say for fascinate. He does. Yeah, he fails.
If this is all we're doing, then I attempt again. Get over here.
That fails. He moves here.
You have a big, strong guy, remember.
Mowgli's just standing there in the doorway.
Pin him down to the ground.
You get him. I'm gonna go get
Although I think
that'd be grapple.
It'd be what's called a CMB check. I believe it is in the attack section.
Yeah.
And it's in the section where it's like melee range, CMB.
I should do it.
Oh yeah, easily enough. Mowgli, you pin him up in the corner and you force him up against the wall.
You can stop drinking now, and then I'm gonna start force feeding him water.
Raoul, Mowgli is
covering and plug his nose.
I just need to reframe this for Raoul again here for a second, considering his alignment.
Oh yeah.
The other two of you, it's not as bad. Mowgli is currently holding Captain Hurricane up against the corner of the wall, preventing him from moving, while Fizz is now trying to forcefully shove water down this man's throat and drown him while he's alive and resisting. Wizmoon is just standing there, just kind of watching in some abject, like, not quite glee, but there's an interest in what he's doing and in how he's watching. And you actually notice that Johnny is kind of got his hands somewhat rubbed together. You see he's licking his lips. He looks almost hungry in this moment. And you're just standing there in the middle of this. There is a dog's head at Johnny's feet. There is blood pooling across the ground.
If we need more water, there's some more in the cages.
Yeah, we might need some more water.
All right.
When my water skin empties, I'll start. How many casts do I have? And I'll start shoving grease down his face.
Long story short, between these methods and your grease and water, you drown Captain Hurricane with the help of Mowgli's strength. He cannot break out of you, break free from you. As this is happening, and he is gurgling and writhing and trying to cling to life, Johnny comes up to you, Raoul, and says, "All right, now, go ahead and get that little black crystal of yours out. And come over here by the table."
Sounds good. He gets out his the black Astron.
All right. Now, you're one of them dragon kinds. This might even come even easier to you. So you can sort of see the Astron energy, right? So you see there's sort of a connection you can feel to this crystal, yes?
Yeah.
Right. Now focus on it. And with the crystal, let it see the creatures, the things alive around us, their connection to this web, this energy, this field. Keep that in your mind and activate this crystal.
Am I feeling any energy from this crystal right now? As he says this?
I mean, your eyes are not inherently glowing, but yes, with Astrocraft, you could still try to pinpoint a source of Astron, and this would register. Though it would feel weird. It would feel less like a strong source of Astron, but there's just a strange absence of the energy that you feel.
Alright, and with my rolls for Astron check on the black Astron itself, do I have an idea that it's safe to use the Astron on me? Like, is this safe to use?
That is a curious question, because a good analogy for you would be a fire crystal. It's a great example. One could take a raw fire crystal, I believe, and take it to wood and will it to ignite the fire, and it would take raw charge straight from the crystal. It's not so much an ohmic. It's not like a spell. It's not like the ohmic devices that are created with certain intention. It is just purely using the raw energy of the fire with that is trapped within and releasing it. In the sense of the fire one, depending on how well you are using and channeling this energy, which would be your Astrocraft check, it might cause an explosion of fire. It could release all of the energy and annihilate the area. It could be a tiny spark. It could be a puff of smoke. It could be nothing. It depends on how trained and connected to the the user is. So 99% of people in the world don't have any sort of connection, but you specifically have training in it.
Mm-hmm.
So is there risk? Potentially, yes, depending on how well trained you are.
All right. He's well trained. He's the best Astron crafter here.
So he thinks.
So he will activate the crystal.
Yeah, just ask him.
Okay. So this takes this takes 1 minute to do, and you are performing what's called the Ritual of Soul Sight. It requires a black Astron crystal, and for every minute that you wish to utilize it, it's going to take 1 charge off of the crystal. Activating it initially takes 5 charges, and you need an Astrocraft check itself to even successfully do this. And since this is the first time you're doing it, you don't know what that is. So roll me an Astrocraft check.
Can't be good.
It's not good at all. We're doing some evil shit right now.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
Raul sees this as learning.
Know
This is
thy
where-
enemy, right?
This is where the
I
party
might
turns
be the
evil.
last person alive after all this. Possibly.
Astrocraft.
Nah.
No, that's good.
No, he did pretty good.
That's average.
Pretty good compared to me.
Pretty good compared to everyone, because none of you guys even have Astrocraft.
Yeah.
That is a true statement.
1 second.
Now, what's going to be fun is the tension of the party. Tywin.
Yeah. So just barely, Raul. For a moment, you feel like it's not going to work. You can feel the energy coursing into you. You can feel it's almost like a coldness that begins to seep into your hands from where you hold it and up your arms. But then you take hold of that chill, that cold. You look at the crystal, and you can see there's a deep glow to it. It's a subtle glow, but it's almost an absence of a glow. It's strange. It's like it emanates light, but the source of light is not there. And there's this strange shadowing around it, but the edging doesn't seem quite right. It just doesn't quite blend in with anything. And as you look around, you begin to see around the centers of people's chests, around Wizrun, around Mowgli, around Fizz, around Hurricane even, there is these same little motes of light. But these ones are various shades and colors, personifying one's alignment and the type of energy one would be pulled toward, were it not bound to that physical form. You were seeing their souls. Johnny does not have one. However, in his pack, you detect several. Wizrun has one. It is a darker shade. There's not specific colors. It's kind of a range from, black to white and varying intensities of grays in between. Johnny is, well, like I said, absent of one. Mowgli, fairly gray. Fizz, there's, he's probably darker, about as dark as Wizard at this point. And then Hurricane is this soft, kind of whitish gray mote of light. And the size of the light, too, seems to vary by one's strength.
Does he see his own?
He cannot see his own.
Okay, I was just curious.
Now, if that is working, you are seeing that essence. Look around, look beyond, look a little bit further. And as you focus, Raoul, if you choose to follow his suggestion.
He does.
As you look around, Raoul, you see there's almost this subtle light and mist that floats through everything. This whitish, silvery light. Like a fog in the morning, but with light kind of coming from it everywhere within. And you can see various other little motes of light off in the distance, twinkling like stars all around you. Likely other souls in the distance in the area. And then you see up above in the sky, through the roof, through the ceiling, high above, you can tell there's some amount of perspective here. There is what looks to be a vast flow of twinkling lights. And it's all seemingly to head. There's like a point in the sky where it divides, and it heads north and south in two large streams, off to either horizon. And if you look closely, here's what I want a perception check.
Just him?
Yeah, I'm the only
Yeah.
one seeing this.
You look around and you see behind you the dogs, the guard. The dogs are almost a totally neutrally gray, smaller lights. The guard itself, a small little white light. And as you turn back and look at them, Raoul, you can see, now that it's been a handful of minutes and some time, they seem to be drifting away from their bodies, almost like they're being pulled up towards those two massive streams of flowing lights you see in the sky. And that's when you look out beyond and kind of the larger scope of this, and you can see every so often what looks like a little rising light somewhere on the horizon. Perhaps some sort of soul or life that has met its end and is now drifting upwards toward wherever those streams follow. Johnny says, "So, if you look up, you see about, you see where they're going to go. We're going to stop that. We're going to grab it with the power of this crystal.
All right.
We're going to solidify it. Here, take this." And he hands you a black pearl. Now, you can see his point of light. Go to it. Take this black pearl and the crystal. Touch the tip of the crystal to the white light and the pearl to the other end on the other tip. And then think and focus and feel like a straw. It's sucking the light up into the crystal and putting it into the black pearl. That is what you must think. Think of that process, of it being pulled in and safely deposited.
All right.
Fizz, hopefully you're paying attention too.
Of course, Johnny. I'm always.
Oh,
What do you, Raoul?
he's going to. He morally questions this for a second, actually. That's a pretty evil things. But for knowledge. Alright.
Either of you can make knowledge religions checks if you want. Raoul, if you cannot make that, then don't worry about it, and I'll just tell if Mal makes it afterwards.
Alright.
Well,
Sure.
I mean,
But if you can roll knowledge religion, Raoul, roll it now.
No, I can. No,
Okay, then continue with whatever you're gonna do.
I
And
mean,
now
this-
you roll it, and I'll say something in here in a minute.
He'll perform the ritual.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my take 20. Take 20.
Okay. So, excellent. Mowgli. Not a lot of this makes sense. But they are talking about life and death, and you're kind of following the basic concepts, and intellectually you're kind of more keeping up than you're used to keeping up. The headbends, it really seems to kind of, be showing here in this moment that, you're following along a little better than you normally do. But the details still, you're not sure. As Raoul begins to start this second ritual that Johnny is teaching him, there's a little bit more coaching that Johnny does to each of these rituals, but the basic intent is what I'm portraying to you. Mal, as he's teaching it, and kind of as you're realizing how all of this work and what Raoul's describing, or what Johnny's describing Raoul should be seeing more accurately, your bardic knowledge kind of, it's derived from this same source, and you know this. This field of energy Raoul is seeing, it is the source of magic itself, life itself. It is this network, it is this field that pervades all things. And when doing it is the direct grasping of what could be and what is out there, and then twisting it to create these effects that the various crystals do. Oftentimes, what sort of energy is running through the Astron crystals, it seems to have an effect on how that energy can be manifested. And so even on an astrocraft level now, some of this is beginning to make sense to you, because of the comparison to the souls and the energy of the souls and magic itself, and it all kind of being synergistic. Where all of these things, where all this energy is going, you're not sure. But the flow of it makes a bit more sense, I think. And whatever this is happening with the black crystal is certainly disrupting whatever that natural flow is.
Okay. Excellent.
Raoul.
Knowledge is power.
I require you to make another astrocraft check for this second ritual.
Of course.
As you're doing it, This ritual costs 10 charges up front. It has no upkeep cost, it just happens once when it happens. And you did beat the DC, and it does also require a black asteroid crystal. So, you put the tip of the crystal to this white light kind of near the chest of Captain Harrican still, and the black pearl on the other end. You invoke the pattern of thought that Johnny coaches you on, and you think about that being sucked in. And Raoul, very specifically, however, I would say the others of you are... Fizz specifically is also very involved too. Mowgli's a bit more of a bystander, but he doesn't fully understand what's going on. Where is it? Where did I put it? I'll have to find it later. But you capture the soul of Captain Harrican into the Black Pearl. He is, here it is, considered, and here's where Johnny gives you a bit of information. He says, so, Fizz, you can do this, you need the crystals. I can teach your friend here how to make crystals into this color, if you don't already know how. That way it's a bit easier, depending on, whatever you have, doesn't matter, you can make it work for this process. You still will need them, though. They are the key to accessing this energy.
Are you talking about Wizrun or Raoul?
It's talking to you about if he can teach whoever if you don't already know how.
Okay.
For whoever.
I'd like to learn.
All right. But a little bit about targets. What to do this toward? What will help? Firstly, you've got your mindless little spirits. Things like rats, vermin. Things that don't think. Those are worth a little bit. You see, this black pearl your friend has here now, it is worth the equivalent of currency. Your currency, I suppose. I could exchange it for that if that's what you wish, but we could also do other things with it. Other interesting things. This is raw energy, raw currency, and this is what outsiders deal in. This is our form of currency. See, the soul of Captain Harrican, there are many things I could do with it. I could consume it, for example, and since he met his demise in the way that he did, it has a particular flavor that I quite enjoy. We could sell it to some other outsider. Perhaps they use it for consumption. Perhaps they use it for something else. Who knows? It's not any of my business. I'm in the business of collecting them. For the larger marketplace. Sometimes you collect them from things that have already died naturally. Other times there's some that you just can't resist. Then there's animal spirits. The next step up. They will do in a pinch, but not all that great. There's your standard commoner, your low-level sentient creature, person, a basic soul. They're the pretty meat and potatoes of what people deal in. There's your noteworthy ones. Now these are the ones that are a little bit known. Perhaps shopkeepers, perhaps someone who's done a few battles, become a little accomplished. Now these, they'll drive the bidders a little bit crazier. They're a little bit more delectable. And then you have your heroes, your dragons, the souls of creatures powerful in the dark and the night. Those are a different level of interest. And then there are some select individuals that are just merely priceless in what the power that their soul, the connection that flows through it, can offer, will allow one to acquire with it. But keep in mind, this can't be done long after death. And while drowning is helpful, the method of death really doesn't matter, but depending on the buyer, it might. We can get into more of that later if that's something you're interested in, but... Or perhaps if there's something in particular you want or need, and then I might be able to tell you how you might be able to buy it. Nevertheless, you have about 10 minutes or so after the death of a creature. Anything beyond that, and it becomes too hard. The stream takes it too quickly. Once really it's cut from the body, there's that moment of transition. If you don't capture it before then, it's too late. Any questions? He sits back with a smile, proud of himself.
Can we use it to purchase services from some outsiders?
If you know how to contact them, yes. Depending on the outsider, depending on the service, depending on what sort of soul you have, they might want it. There are some that like animals and animal souls, and they take them off to some nature reserves, and the druids, if you bring them to those sort of outsiders, they will reclaim the soul and take it off to whatever they do there. Others for other intentions. There's many, many things that people want. It's total different scope of things once you start talking beyond life. The next phase, really. The final frontiers. Whatever you want to call them.
Hey, Raoul. Would you let me see if I can try my hand at the... I don't have Astrocraft, actually, so... Can't.
Maybe you have reason to learn it now.
Yeah, I do. I do.
This one's mine. That was my one thing for coming here.
What, the pearl?
Not the pearl. Why would I care about pearl?
Okay, well, I mean...
Astron's mine.
Yeah. The
Mine are
Astron's yours.
keepers.
I was just thinking about trying it on that other guard to see if I could do it, but I think I don't have the expertise yet. I might have to learn some things from you, Raoul.
Maybe.
Much learning to look forward to.
I will say this was all fun and games, but I learned what I need to.
That is what you have.
Am I needed anymore?
No.
I'm out.
Okay. Could you hand me the pearl, though?
Oh, yeah. You can have the pearl.
Also,
Thank you.
Note, Raoul, that the charge on that black crystal it was...
I can't find that. I can't find that anywhere in the journal. I can't find the black Astron anywhere in the journal.
I thought you had 100 charges on it.
Yeah, it was.
It was less than that, but I don't know if I wrote it down either.
I think I wrote it down, but I don't see the notes for that one in the journal.
Yeah, one moment. I'll get back to it. Settlements, open. Okay.
As he's walking away, he's writing in his notebook.
It has 64 charges left
All right.
after all that stuff.
He's done. Raoul walks out of the barracks and he starts to head back to the place he is in.
Alrighty. You return to the inn, leaving the scene of whatever this was here that they just got up to and that you participated in.
Oh yeah.
Mowgli, anything you're doing? Fizz?
Assuming no one else is picking up all the weapons and other armaments, I will pick all of them up and put them in my bag. Unless
Okay.
someone else takes them. And the papers, too. I'm going to pick all those up. And then he'll do a perception check to see if there's anything else of value. Hold on.
Go ahead.
There you go. Oh. Okay.
Oh, nice. Good time for a 20.
Okay, let me total up a couple things here. There's that. All right. So going across it, you find the handful of items and weaponry, many of which are pretty well made and good quality and would likely fetch decent prices. At sooner or later, that +1 longsword would get found and identified. So for brevity, since it's just a +1, you guys are at that level now. Easy enough. You guys figure that out. There's some currency in there as well as all of the correspondence letters that seem to be written in a strange language. Mal, obviously, you could read them given the time, but it is certainly not common, is what you notice at first glance. You're muted, Mal. Still don't hear you.
Fizz?
Sorry. Mowgli, so you've been a great help this evening. If you want, you can head back to the stables with Nithirn. I can swing by to take a look at some of those things that you found.
Well, I kind of hold everything up to him and I offer it to him. He can take whatever he wants.
I mean, I'll take the papers, the letters.
Nothing else you want?
And the bolts. Those
Okay.
are those crossbow bolts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything
The
else?
letters and the crossbow. No.
Alright, the rest he puts in his bag and heads back with Nith.
Well, to Nith. Remember, Mowgli, don't. Nithirn probably wouldn't be happy about this. Probably shouldn't mention anything.
Oh, Nith be happy.
No. No, she wouldn't.
You got two people that just can't hardly keep a secret.
Alright. Alright, Mowgli. Mowgli, maybe not talk about it right now. Alright,
Yeah.
I'll keep it to myself.
Yeah.
This, it was fun killing the dogs. They were delicious.
I'm sure they were.
If only you knew. If only you knew.
I'm going to after take a quick look. That's what the perception check was for, to see if I can find like a handkerchief or something with Captain Harrican's initials on it or something, some sort of.
He doesn't have anything anagrammed or like any of his personal belongings, but you do see that some of the letters have Harrican written as the sender. Oh, there's one that he was writing that has yet to send with his name on it.
Yeah.
The
Does he
others
have
are
like any?
addressed to him.
Does he have any sort of rings on him?
He does have a wedding band on one finger. This
Oh boy.
shoddy silver ring.
And
But
take
other
it.
than that, no. Okay. It is worth 5 oranges.
I
silver
mean, I'm looking for
band.
something to give to Henry. Is it Henry?
Okay.
The kid,
William.
William.
Gotcha. Yep. You take off the ring and you look on the inside, and there are a couple of they're not his initials, but they are initials of somebody.
Yeah.
JH. Well, those are his
Now,
initials. Sorry. It would
when
be
you were
CH.
When you were describing it, you said there was a seal on the table?
Yes. Like the
Okay.
stamp part that you put in the wax and then you put on the paper.
Right,
to
a
seal it
wax
shut.
seal. Right.
Yep.
Oh, I'll take the seal too.
Okay.
and I'm gonna use a cut him open a little bit to get some blood. And I'm gonna write on after Mowgli's left, and I'm gonna write on the wall, "Kitty creep."
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Okay. Looks like we're done here.
Wizrun spoke with Johnny for a moment while you were doing that and says, I'm going to get out of here and meet you back.
Yeah.
I know that ritual for the black crystal, by the way. I can teach you. So.
Oh, excellent.
He leaves. Johnny says, well, seems my job is done here for now.
Yeah.
If you do
mean,
wish to sell that to me, it would be quite delectable. But
I
you can hold
mean,
on to
I'm
it.
willing to give it to you for something.
What do you need?
A name.
What sort of name?
Certain type of lord name.
What?
Demon
It
lord
depends
name?
on a demon lord's name. What sort of demon lord are you looking for?
One that I can worship. Can't beat him, join him. That's what I say.
An interesting proposal. Tell you what, I'll make sure this place is nice and tidy, aside from your little additions there. I'll meet you at the inn tomorrow before you leave.
Okay.
I have to go and see a certain someone about a certain something.
Fair enough.
Hold on to the gem for now. I'll be back for it.
Of course.
Actually, it would go a long way to getting that name if I had it now. It would buy my access that I need. Your call, though.
I'm gonna roll a sense motive. Yeah, here you go. I'll hand him the jewel. You're definitely not gonna rip me off.
Of course not. This is the beginning of an interesting relationship.
Yeah.
Well, ta-ta. And he
See
just,
you later.
in almost a mist, evaporates and is just gone. in a blink of an eye.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave stealthily.
Okay. The deed done. People mosey their way back to the tavern and inn late in that evening. Anybody else up to anything this evening? As you get back, it is past dusk, and night has fully fallen. The storm outside is picking up, and it is chilly.
I'm gonna. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna slip into Willie's room and just leave on his side table the stuff that I picked up: the wedding band, the stamp, and the whatever the like you mentioned.
He's back by then, and he says, yeah, this stuff will do just fine. I'll make it happen. Don't you worry about a thing. Now the payment.
Oh yeah, sure. Here.
Excellent.
The other 3 violets. You're a good kid, Willie. Go to bed.
Raoul, anything for you this evening before you settle in? You're muted.
He goes back to his end. He's of course
the other end.
on his way back, on his way to his end. He's in his book writing about stuff he learned.
Okay.
And he's just like, well, I'm happy I learned it. I feel pretty bad. I'm not doing that again. Try anything once, I say, but yeah, that did not feel right. What the hell is that Johnny guy? He's an interesting one, though.
And that certainly will sit with you. Whatever nasty feeling Raoul has after that, the thing that wants to prevent him from doing it again. You don't know the name for it, and Raoul doesn't quite understand this specifically, but that was a prime evil that was committed this evening. The capturing of a soul. So
Nithia, during all that, she would have just headed back towards. She would do her bloom of find another area of woods that she hasn't covered.
mm-hmm.
Far away from the other one she's done. She's like thinking, oh, this is kind of cool that she can do this in various areas, and understanding that it has a positive effect to the farms around. She's going to go do the bloom of nature, the one that does the wooded area and then creates the mile all plants within 1 mile, more productive for the next year. She's going to do that somewhere else in another location, and then come back and do farmer's bounty, have tons of food, and really focus in on seeds this time, and a lot of food, but then a ton of fruits and vegetables and dry seeds and stuff like that. That's it. And then she's back there messing with Taween Squirrel.
Okay. Excellent.
Teaching him tricks.
Indeed. You find another section. Is there a particular trick you want to teach him?
Well, there's a whole series of them, so I'm starting with the basic ones. Let's see, handle.
Because I'll say whatever you've been teaching him these past couple of days, whenever you guys go to head to the bugbear place, yep. By the time you get there, should your roll be successful, he'll know that trick.
Yeah, there's a whole series of common tricks.
Yeah.
That and when
I would say that's enough time to teach him one of them, though.
Oh, really? The way they work, if you look under handle animal.
I guess I don't know how it works.
Yeah, but that's okay. You can look into it. There's a whole
Yeah,
bunch of them, and
we'll
there's a
look into
DC
it.
for every single one of them. There's a DC for
Okay.
every one of them. So the
Okay,
idea
well,
is I've been teaching him to do tricks in my mind, and then if we ever want to try to him, you can determine what the DC is.
yeah, have an idea as to which ones you were wanting to teach him and how long those would take, and we'll talk about that between sessions.
Right. Okay. Good.
Cool. Mowgli, anything for you in the evening as you go to bed?
Two things.
Yep.
Can he wear the banded mail?
I believe it's medium.
Then he can.
Well, I thought we just got you
No,
armor.
he has a breastplate. He didn't have mail. I don't know if that's the same thing.
No, banded mail is heavy armor.
Okay, so he can't use that. Second thing is, he's gonna take the letters that he had from the chest where he got the blanket,
Yep.
and he's gonna take it to Wiz and see if he understands what it is.
Okay. You go to Wizrun. He's in his room in the inn. Evening, Mowgli. Something you need?
I don't know what this is, and I hand him the letters.
Well, let's take a look. Seems to be a variety of things here. Some of them are letters to... what is this address here? One second. Okay. Many of them are addressed to someone titled Arbiter Captain Fullen Aeminor. I'll type that out. Over the course of the past few months, it seems he knew of the army's movement north long before it happened. Lord Holden was told to requisition magical goods that he had captured over the past few years and have them ready for a military force that was to come north. Let's see, this later one, it says... It looks to be a receipt as to what they took for some sort of proof, compensation once the use of the item is over, if it's not returned, has things valued. There's probably 150,000 gold blues worth of gear here, all magical goods. Lots of potions, wands, few actual items, it seems. Looks like that even says which shops they were taken from. Some of these other letters, correspondence to some... I'm not sure. It's not titled, it's just titled with an N. But this mark, I recognize this. It's from Opportunity. The seal that was used on this letter.
Okay.
They
Is
seem to
there,
be discussing similar matters as well. Seems Holden was a bit more involved in the military aspects of the surrounding lands than I realized, at least.
Is there anything he can gather from this information of a way to access some of these assets.
Well, it seems all of the goods listed here were things the army already have come through and taken.
All of them?
That's what this receipt seems to be for, what they took. I mean, we were at the shop the other day earlier. It still seems they had a few things left. I did a little bartering myself.
Okay. I thank him and I take the papers to
Of course.
Wall or Fizz and hand them over to him.
Mowgli, before you go, if you're ever interested in learning to read yourself, let me know. I'll help you.
Mowgli would like to learn to read. Yes, I think I could. I know a little bit.
I know you're learning a lot right now with Nithyorn and the sign language. You just got that hat, but don't overwhelm yourself. But I'm here if you want to learn.
Mowgli is very appreciative and he wanders over to
Good night,
Wall.
Mowgli.
Good night.
And you find...
Yes. Oh, hello, Mowgli. How are you?
Thanks. Good. Mowgli has more papers for you, and I hand him all those papers that I found.
Yes. Interesting. We'll have to get this receipt up to the keep before we leave, but the other stuff is interesting. I'll keep a hold of it. Thank you.
And then Mowgli holds the blanket out to him and shows it to him.
Yes. I do believe I can try to take another look at that now. Let me see.
I thought we'd figure this one out already.
Yeah, we already know.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
you guys know what it does.
You know.
Yes, I mean it is magically. Is that what you were?
I think it could help us when the time comes. I just wanted you to see.
Oh yeah, certainly. You can keep a hold of it. I would imagine you're much more. You're much stronger than I am.
Well, maybe you'll need to learn how to use, I think.
Yes. I mean, if you'd like to show me on the, because we are going to be on the road, so in the evenings, if you'd like to show me, I'd certainly be happy to learn what I can. If it's magic though, we probably shouldn't be using it in town. People aren't huge fans of magic outside our people.
Okay. He rolls it up and heads back to Nith.
Okay. So
The only other thing I would do, flip through those letters that were in some weird language. Sorry.
Yes, the ones from the captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're in Goblinoid. Or sorry, not Goblinoid. It is one of the Goblinoid languages.
Does he know? Does he know what the language is, or does he just know how to read it?
I just know how to read it.
That's a good point. You have no idea. It's a bunch of squiggles on the paper, but they're rearranged into common that you can read. And it seems to be... There are two versions that you find. Ones that he's received, and then it seems that he's taken some notes as well on the subject matter of these that are mixed in. The ones that he's received seem to be receipts for shipments of what it's labeled beer. an ale.
Okay.
And the notes that he has are what looks to be, they're not done in the right way, but it looks like a record of names with amounts of money.
Are there any names that I recognize?
There's a couple of the family surnames that you recognize from your history in Holden, but none that stand out. It just seems to be a list of common folk.
Oh, okay. Well,
There's some that are crossed off as well. And these amounts of money written next to them range anywhere from a few oranges all the way up to less than 10 violets. You see nothing that goes over 10 violet.
okay. Interesting. Clearly some sort of rum runner.
Does that include the one he was writing?
The one he was writing, Mal, you look at that one. Yeah, because you're right, Nithyan. That was the one note. The one he was writing is, it seems to be a confirmation on 5 of the names. Just common names. None of them that you remember. With prices enclosed. Asking if this will work for the next batch. And it looks like he was not yet done, as it's not quite yet signed or sealed.
Yeah.
You can see there's perhaps one more name he was in the process of writing when you guys interrupted, likely.
Okay. Interesting. Well, clearly he was some sort of... And I'll tuck the letters away and I'll fall asleep.
Okay. Everybody goes to sleep. Does their usual nightly rituals. Nithir and Mowgli do their dream stuff. Their teachings. The morning comes. Everybody's morning rituals go well. Mal, on your bed, next to your head when you wake up in the morning, you see a little piece of paper folded up.
I'll open it and look at it.
That can't be good.
Written in blood. Hold on, I'm typing it. Where's the full title? There it is. That is what is scrawled in blood across it.
Excellent. I'll stuff that in one of my pockets.
Okay. And the morning is yours. A fresh, snow-covered, bright morning. There are some winter birds chirping. People are happy and moving about, not yet disturbed by last night's events.
Yeah. Okay. Get up and have some food.
Yep. Food, drink, beverage, training, all that stuff is had. What does your group do with your day? Nithir, your fingers are a little sore from doing this morning.
Yeah. Sorry, Mowgli, I can't really help you with it today. See if you can do it still.
Hold on.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
Mowgli
Nice.
does much better than Nithir in this morning. He seems to be getting the hang of it.
And she's happy about it.
And he's got the bodily strength to support himself. And even if he does kind of break or twist a finger, you can see that his pain tolerance, he just doesn't care. And it heals itself a few moments anyway, so he's able to pull off some maneuvers that are painful, but it gets the job done.
I'll grab Wizarun when he comes out and after done breakfast.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, we should. You should come with us to the Bugbears.
Sure.
Yeah, Tyween's. I'm
Are
sure
we
you'll wanna
walking?
talk to
Please
Tyween.
tell me we're not walking.
No, we're gonna take the horses. Let's go
I
see if we can
suppose
find
that works.
Ithir and Mowgli, and then we just need to track down Raoul
All right.
the stables. I'll
I'll,
poke my head in and let
I'll
Drix
be
know
here.
that.
Let me know when we're ready to leave.
Yep, I'll poke my head in and just let Drix know that we're leaving. I assume he slept there.
Oh yeah, yeah. You come in early morning after a night's murderous activities. He's still passed out on the bar. His guitar is fallen to the ground at this point, face down. His head is slumped on the table. The beer is spilt across the table. There's a beer-soaked rag that looks like it was left behind, like Geralt tried to clean around him, and is just kind of waiting for him to get out of the way now.
I'll shake him a little bit to stir him.
Yeah. Oh shit. Morning,
Hey,
Fizz.
Drix, sorry. Morning,
What's,
Drix. I'm sorry it's early.
Oh gosh, my guitar. Bends over, picks it up.
it's-
Oh, Raoul's
I-
back.
I just thought
What's,
I'd let you know that.
What?
I just thought I'd let you know that we're gonna be heading out today to the camp, so we're gonna be taking the horses.
Oh, the horses. Right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you have a good trip. Try not to get them killed. That would be nice. I've invested time and money in them. Your time and money.
Yeah.
And if you need anything, let me know.
I will. Then I'll go to find Nithir and Mowgli.
Yeah, you find them out in the
Stables.
barn. Raoul, what's your direction this morning?
He wakes up, walks out of his room, looks around. Is it locked up again?
It is.
What an end. It's quiet at least.
Was breakfast left for him again?
Yes. Waffles.
What is this woman in sweets? She likes to give up sweets. I'm not going to complain. It's still breakfast. It's better than fucking what's his face is cooking. His damn stews. He'll
It's also
eat his
a
breakfast.
glass of goat's milk.
Kind of drinks that. He's not super interested in that. I guess this is breakfast drink. Yeah, he'll do that, and he'll like. He doesn't want to lock it up. He doesn't want to like leave this place unlocked. He would feel kind of bad. So he kind of like does some exercises inside. He'll move some tables around. Starts doing his morning routine of exercising in the like main area. Ooh. And he just, after that, he kind of just sits at one of the tables and just starts reading his notes.
How long do you sit there and read your notes for?
Till someone gets them. This is daytime. It's work time now.
Okay.
Doesn't really want to leave this place unlocked, and she likes to lock it. And as far as he knows, he's not needed.
Then, the three of you, Mal makes his way out to the barn, and you see the two of them. Mowgli is in the middle of doing a handstand as Nithyan watches him as you enter.
Wow, you're doing pretty good this morning, Mowgli.
Nith's a
You're
good teacher.
Yeah, you are a good teacher, Nith. We should probably get going pretty soon here. Take the horses out to that bugbear camp with you.
I think we should.
Do you want me to go get
I'm ready.
Raoul, or?
Let's all go.
Okay.
Let's get the horses and go. I'll get
Yeah.
Taween.
Yeah. Wizard's gonna come with us too. I think we have enough horses. If not, he can ride with me.
Can I follow behind on my carpet and try to start to play around with that as we go down the road once we get out of the city?
I was just gonna say, Mowgli, you should pull out that carpet in the middle.
Absolutely, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Just to start to experiment with the navigation of it, and I'm going to stay kind of very closely behind the group.
I suppose my question is, are you doing this while you're in the middle of town?
No, outside the city.
Once you leave. Okay.
Yeah. I'll follow along.
So you follow on foot while they take the horses over to Raoul, which isn't very far. You guys could easily just walk the horses over. It's only a couple of blocks. It's like 4-minute walk. As you walk over to Raoul's inn. And there's no lights, and the doors are closed.
We'll knock on the door.
Raoul, you hear knocking on the door.
Oh. Just unlock the door. Maybe it's her.
Ah, Raoul. There you are.
Ah, Fizz.
Shall we get going?
I don't know. This place is... She's not here. I don't feel like leaving it unlocked.
I mean, are we talking about some sort of key lock, or is it just like a bar across the...
It's a bar across the thing. It's made out of wood, or I'd move it.
Can you, like... You can climb through stone, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like, I've seen you climb. You can, like, climb on stone really well, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you bar the door and climb up the chimney?
Walk over the chimney.
That's how Raoul dies.
There's a fireplace there, Raoul. And there is a fire inside of it.
There's a fire. I'm not playing around with fire.
How... roll a perception check. Yep, however, roll a perception check.
Is it just an illusion?
Okay. You feel that the fire gives off heat, but when you look closely, there is no wood. It is just a metal grate that could hold wood, and there's fire sitting within it.
Is the fire
Not sure what that
real?
means, but you feel heat. You don't see wood. You don't see any wood burning. You don't smell any smoke, in fact, now that you think about it.
I put my hand in it.
Oh boy. That's not gonna be good.
You take 5 fire damage, and then you can make me a reflex saving throw.
That's how you learn.
Yeah,
Experimentation.
You do not catch on fire as you pull your arm out quickly enough. It is hot
All
and
right.
it hurts.
Nope, we're not doing that. That hurt. That fire's real. You know what? I think she'll understand. She even said there's nothing worth stealing. Let's get out of here. I'll leave a note. I tear a page out of my notebook, like one of the last ones, and I leave like a note. To what was her name again? Josephine?
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn? Left. Be back in a couple days. Raul. Sorry for not knocking. Sorry for not locking up.
All right. So, with your party gathered, do you venture forth?
Yes.
On the road again.
On the road again.
To the world map we go. Let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break or so. My voice isn't completely killing me. And grab a drink, refresh, and then I'll be good to go. I just need some water. Go to the break screen. See you guys in a bit. live view as we return. Oops. There we go. As we return, the group of you set out from Holden Keep. Now, I suppose my first question, I know that you are on horseback, Mowgli is on carpetback. There are enough horses for all of you, and you're easily able to make your way and out to the edge of the farmland by the early afternoon or so. You're thoroughly out in the wilderness, where occasionally you might still see farmland here and there. But now my question to you is there any sort of route or specific method or anything of note in how you intend to travel there that you would like to make note of?
For me, I'd like to be slightly elevated. If I'm towards the back, to kind of have a little bit of a vision ahead for the group from that standpoint.
Just sort of keeping lookout. You thinking like 50 feet off the ground, 100? I mean...
No. Like 30.
Like 30, okay. Still gives you quite a good vantage point over normal ground.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be riding Bolt, my horse. Probably leading the way, or riding alongside Nithurn, because she's probably knows the direction we're supposed to go better than me.
I don't know that I do. I mean, I know approximately where it's at, but
yeah,
because you showed us on the map, but I'm not good at survival.
Are any of us good at survival?
Yeah, it's definitely not me.
I am.
Mowgli, perhaps you should be leading the way.
Should I be in the front?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go in the front. Not far.
No.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
20
up.
feet, 15, 20 feet in front, but elevated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me a
Surely
survival
that's the
check.
way.
It's in the skill.
Hey.
It's in the skills check. Yep.
Or Mowgli.
For Mowgli, yeah. In the skills, survival.
Yeah, I got it.
Oof.
That's not good.
All right, you guys begin to follow Mowgli's lead for
Well,
the day.
You're not good at survival. You only have...
Not much.
I mean-
A number of hours go by. You continue traveling. Is your guys' intention just to, in general, head east straight there? Is that the idea?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or is it to follow some sort of road or get to a certain landmark, or are you avoiding any sort of particular terrain?
Probably doesn't matter at this point.
Well, I mean, what you intend to do still does matter.
I would say to head straight east, right? I mean, that's pretty much where we need to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to stay on the road?
keeping an eastwardly heading in mind, Mowgli begins to lead the pack forward.
He's doing great.
Oh, God.
I was just doing it just for fun. Raul, yeah, he's doing
nice.
great.
Excellent.
You're doing great.
Yeah,
heading north,
you
right?
guys are heading east. It makes a lot of sense. Mal,
Thank you.
Best
everybody
guide ever.
is heading
Can
north,
we switch
and
you back to...
Guys, I think we might be going the wrong direction. I think we need to go this way. Jesus. We are...
saved by Mal. Your first half of the journey goes saying
Yeah.
it.
I'm just trying to stay on this damn horse. I've
Fair
never
enough.
ridden a horse.
God. So
You
our
s-
survival checks right now is a -2. a 1, and a straight 0.
Let us ride forth in adventure.
Can you switch back to Fizz and get away from Maul? I like Fizz
Oh,
better.
yeah. Sorry. We are out of town.
Thank you.
So, the first half of your guys' journey goes well. The first 5
we go
days of
that
travel.
Oh, that's
I'm
5
just
days.
approximating things. I'm not trying to break it down day by day. It'd take a ton of time.
No. I'm fine with that. I thought you were gonna go 1 day, but you're saying it's 5 days. So
Yeah.
just an activity that I will be doing at the end of the night, assuming that
Yep.
I haven't used the gloves. I will be doing the bloom of nature as we go.
Okay. Noted. So little pockets will be enveloped and grow nicely next season.
Yeah, mile radiuses as we go.
Is Mowgli improving on his carpet skills or no?
Oh, day by day, certainly. Yeah, you would certainly be making progress as you become more familiar with the use of it. It's a little shaky at first, but you're a little timid. Stay closer to the ground. You're not sure about it. But by the time even this halfway point in your journey, you're becoming a little more daring. You're able to go up a little quicker, and not be quite as afraid as making a bit of a turn or dodging a tree branch or flying up over to the top of a tree to get a look around real quick. You're kind of starting to get the feel of it. You haven't done it in any sort of bad wind or like battle situation yet, so you're not sure how you'll fare there, but as far as general control and maneuverability, you're getting pretty comfortable. So, go ahead and do another round of survival checks, unless there's anything of note you guys do along your travel during the journey.
Yeah, I got one question.
Yep.
And this is, you'll have to decide. Because nightly, we're doing the dream things pretty nightly, and I don't want to go into detail right now. We don't have to. We can
Fair
get
enough.
something in maybe down the road. But at any point do I pick up a Taween?
Not
Just
yet.
keep that in your mind. Keep it in your mind. If one
Okay.
evening that
So
happens.
you are trying to connect to that as well.
No.
Okay.
Because the first thing I do is I look around and see who's there.
Okay. Noted.
Right? So if at
Yep.
any point before
Up to this
Taween
first-
is Taween. Right,
Up to this first
okay.
half of your journey, you don't feel much. You don't feel anything
That's
different
what I was
about the
after.
squirrel.
That's what I was after.
Okay. So another round of survivals. I don't need rides or anything. On average, you guys can ride your horses just fine.
Yeah. I just real quick. I'm gonna be
Yep.
during my watch at night.
Mm-hmm.
I will just go out and pay attention, but also like try to just sense if I can feel anything in terms of like a familiar nearby, and then also I'm gonna start, I don't know, praying shepherd to this shepherd.
Okay.
After your demon?
Show me the only way, Vavilith.
Any particular
Yes.
sorts of creatures that you're looking for?
In terms of familiar, I mean,
Yeah.
I would really love a butterfly, but they're
Okay.
probably not alive around.
So you're keeping an eye out for that. We will keep that in mind as you go forward.
Survival, Fizz.
Yeah, survival.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
There
Again,
you go. God,
everybody
thank God.
starts heading south, and you
We go
have
that
to
way, right?
Guys,
We go that
correct
way?
them.
Oh, that way. Okay.
Listen, guys. I have survived in the wilds for days with what's her name? When we
Raoul's-
jumped off of that
Raoul's right
island
there,
in the
too.
sky. You remember that, Nithyer? We spent days out in the wilds. So trust me, I know the direction to go. It's this way.
That was quite brave, too.
Yep.
So, the next 3 days go by as Fizz keeps you guys headed eastward in a general sense. But that is when you get past the glades of trees. They become a bit sparser as the foothills of the mountains begin to come into view. It becomes a little bit more the rougher trees, pine trees, the ones that like to cling to the dirt and ground and rock itself. The vegetation becomes more sparse and less bushy, and fields of grass and more pockets of things between patches of rocks and hills and rubble. You, about a day or so into this second half of your journey, do come to a point where you see some more of those monolithic faces carved in a cliff face, that marker you saw once before that beyond this point supposedly wards or holds off the evil of this area from reaching any further. And you hit the foothills, where they will be much more difficult to navigate on these last couple of days. This is also, however, around the same time Fizz said that he wanted to try to use the coin. So, the scene we come to is that third night, the 8th night in total into travel. It is dusk, and you have all found, because I know how much you love them, a small lake in the woods. Now, this night is interesting out here in the fringes of the Combalt Woods. This forest that not only a month ago was dangerous and deadly and harsh, while it still likely holds its dangers, the winter has brought a calm peace to it. There's a stillness to the woods. The water of this lake slowly ripples. There seems to be some sort of pillar that once existed here that has collapsed. Moss grows all over it, and time has worn away any sort of markings or shapes it may have once contained. There are small little winter fireflies that begin to glint on and off around this little glade. You all felt it the last time you were here, but returning and in this sense of calmness, there's this ancient mysticness to this forest. Even though nothing here is magic, there is a magic about it. A soft glow casts the white kind of covering of everything, refracting what little starlight whisks around in the sky above to provide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the edge of the southern sky in the pitch of night ever so beginning to brighten with a dim light, the moon soon to rise.
God damn it. I just remembered something.
Oh?
You guys didn't bring the fucking Ankeg armor.
Oops.
They did not.
I mean, Mowgli's got some banded
Yes, I have the band.
armor.
Might be better.
No, he can't wear heavy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's not gonna help him.
Well,
Mowgli will give his armor to him if he comes.
That was fine.
he does have armor on.
Yeah, he's got
He
armor.
has armor on. It's just, it's
He
a
wants-
running thing that we were so close for him to get his fucking armor. They got two.
One day.
World.
And you
One day
still
he'll
don't
get it.
have it. That is horrible. That is torture.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't my choice.
Look at this pretty little little toy here. We're never gonna give it to you.
Tim, this one's on
I'm
them.
really excited to see this character. I gotta tell you.
On
I
that
can't
note,
wait.
on that note, you guys find here as a good place to rest for the night. Taween's squirrel begins to kind of nestle around on this pillar here at the top.
I don't even know what his armor was.
Anything that you guys do particular at campsite tonight. The only thing of note is that since this is 2 nights away, I'm stopping here and focusing on this scene because Fizz said he wanted to do the coin at some point. So anything else leading up to that, go feel free.
Nope.
Well, okay. Nithirn feels like it's time to bring Tyween back, at least for a short while.
Oh, well, he's right there.
No, I meant in his true form. Mowgli, Raoul, I mean, hopefully he doesn't react poorly.
You guys kind of need to explain that to the group.
Yeah, we're going to explain it to him. Hopefully he'll be calm.
Well,
Well,
at this
explain
point-
it to Mowgli.
Mowgli's
what's
intelligent.
going on?
Okay. Mowgli. So, our friend here, the squirrel, he's actually a forest elf, wood elf. And, he's, in battle in this, very close and, battle that was fought on a sky island above Opportunity. Unfortunately, Leania, another companion of ours, she fell off the island, and I leapt after her to catch her. And then, how I mentioned earlier, we kind of wandered around in the wilds for a day, scraping by to get back to Opportunity so that we could reconnect with everybody else, with Nithir and another friend who's left us, but is on another journey, RJ and Tyween. And unfortunately, when we managed to provide some distraction and get back onto the island, but by the time we got down there, he had, I just saw him get attacked, and he transformed into a squirrel. And we managed to catch him and kept him in a cage for a little while, and we're hoping to bring him back. So this coin will bring him back, but just for 4 days, and then he's going to be a squirrel again until we can get him fully transformed back.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
I already knew this. You guys already told me this.
Yes, Raoul, we have told you this. I suppose, Mowgli, I did mention this when talking to that dragon, by the way, but that's okay. I know
I'm
that.
glad I didn't eat him.
Yes. It's important not to eat.
Neth told
That's
me
why we're
not
called-
to eat him, so I didn't eat him.
And it was because of him that I came up with the name for us of the Acorn Guard.
Bring him
No.
back. I'd like to meet him.
Yes, I'd like to
Or
see
her. Or
It's a
whatever
him.
it is.
I'm pretty sure. And I'll flip the coin onto the ground in front of the squirrel, thinking about Tyween and returning to his form. I think that's what I was told to do. It's a very Fizz thing not to write stuff down. Are you on mute? Over?
Yeah,
Var?
sorry. I had to cough a little bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, sorry, say the last thing that you said. I was coughing.
I tossed the coin onto
Okay.
the ground in front of Tyween Squirrel and thought about Tyween and his human form.
You throw it onto the thing right in front of Tyween's squirrel. It lands in the soft moss Taween Squirrel kind of walks up and sniffs it a little bit. And then, as all of these little winter fireflies are twinkling around in the night sky, a soft wind kind of making small little lapping noises you hear on the shores of this small pond. It hasn't quite yet frozen over yet, and it looks quite refreshing, albeit cold. One second, I gotta type it. A winter nightwing, a type of moth, comes fluttering down and lands on the coin, and its wings kind of batter the front of Taween Squirrel's face. The coin glows, and Taween Squirrel is enveloped in a soft light.
Oh boy.
And then, standing tall, proud, spear and shield at the ready for battle, covered in stains of blood, but not actually wounded. A wood elf, clad in armor of furs, looks battle-ready and hardened, sharp-eyed, glares around the clearing. As you stand tall over the rest of the group around you, Taween. The moth flutters away from your feet and lands on Fizz's shoulder.
Ooh. Okay.
Do you let it stay, or do
Yeah.
you shoo it?
I'll let it stay.
Now, for reference, what happened 2 sessions ago, is that still true? When he actually talked to...
Yeah, that scene we had, yeah, you still remember that.
Okay.
Hello, Tyween. It has been a long time.
It has. I see coin used.
Oh, yes, you were aware of the coin.
Yes.
Hmm.
Strong woman. Magical. Told me about coin. And
Hmm.
current journey.
Yes. I'll have to keep an eye on her, I think. But yes, we are currently assisting her. We're not yet at the bugbear camp, but we are heading there to retrieve the orb of change, orb of shaping.
In an unusual move, Nithjarn jumps up and gives him a huge hug.
We have gotten
Like a-
some new... Yeah.
Nith.
Tyween.
So
Me-
glad you're back.
Me miss Nith.
You could speak in
Yes.
Elvish if you want. I understand
Does-
that as well, remember.
Here's the question I need to know. Does Taween return the hug?
Yes, he returns the hug to Nith.
Oh,
That's big.
that's huge.
Hmm.
Happy to see you lived after attack from monster that changed me.
Yeah, we defeated the beast, but we could not find any way at all to restore you. We
Not
may be
until
able
now, at least.
until now, right?
Hello,
Yes.
old friend.
Wizroom. I have word for you later. But good to see you.
You as well. Good to see you're done eating nuts and lazing about.
Yes. These are our new friends, Raoul and Mowgli.
This one kinda looks like creature we fought on Floating Island.
I mean, he is green. I can't remember.
I'm
Was the
gray.
shapeshifter
That-
green? Gray. Sorry. Yes, I suppose. But he is a friend. RJ unfortunately is not with us currently. He had his own journey.
Raoul. Big lizard.
Hmm.
More than just a wizard. Lizard. I could be a wizard too, I guess. There was a man back in the castle that the Holden's Keep. I thought I was performing magic, but I was actually performing Om. But that's whatever. See. What it? I must speak. One day we will have to have a talk with Mowgli. My mind full of the time we first met, Nith. Mowgli reminds me of creature we found in mountains. Dead as well.
I mean, I've seen both. Do they look the same?
There are some features that I guess are similar in terms of the lankiness, the overextended height, the coloration to an extent. Mowgli has more goblinoid features, but
Well, there may be a connection. But I don't believe Mowgli is one of them.
If you say Mowgli friend, I trust you.
I've dreamwalked with him many, many times. And seen him as he was before and as he is now. I don't believe is, but a discussion. We should have a discussion anyway.
We have many things to speak of.
Were you awake while you were a squirrel?
Most of it, no. Last thing I remember before couple nights ago was fighting monster on Floating Island. Next thing I remember, me in tavern with magical woman, human. Since then, I have heard things which brings me to another thing I would like to discuss. Fizz, one thing I wanted to say to you.
Yeah.
When you jump off island, save this girl. Don't like her
Liania.
still. Still don't like her.
Yes, she's no longer. She's still alive. She was assigned to Balin.
But you got respect for saving one you love.
Yes.
Sadly, most of you. You know what? No. Sadly, we might have to have a talk. One of rituals. And this man you call Johnny.
Oh. Yes, we should talk. Later, perhaps. You must be exhausted from the transformation, perhaps? I don't know what exactly is involved in these things.
I feel rested better than ever. I see nothing wrong with talking here as group.
It's a conversation I would rather alone.
Everyone but Nith knows about it. Y'all performed it.
Now,
What are you referring to, bro? How? What? You know this as a squirrel, or how do you? What do you know?
Don't really know. Remember being in space by myself last few nights, but could hear everything. Mixed. I could hear Nith talking to Squirrel. Loudly, trading. Then, other ear, hear muffled sounds like I was in coat or clothing.
We should be safe here.
Oh,
Share what you want to share.
Mowgli thinks this is true. He speaks the truth.
yes, Fizz. Let's tell everyone.
okay, Nithirn. You, Tywin, you want to tell everyone? That's fine. Nithirn. Captain Harkin was plotting to overthrow my father. We dealt with him. My friend Johnny helped. He had some information regarding the Black Astron Raoul carries with him. We learned some stuff from him.
Also performed ritual Steel Soul put in Pearl.
Yes, it would appear that that was the purpose of the ritual.
These four agreed to it.
Mowgli wants to know, what do you want? Don't understand.
Oh, all I want is to let Fizz know that I know everything.
Is Fizz bad?
Human's bad.
Fizz.
Most
Human.
human bad.
Is Fizz bad? Mowgli love Fizz.
Oh. He fine. Fizz fine. Just want him to know.
Yeah. Well,
Also,
I promise I won't do it again then.
also book off limits from Wizroom and Fizz.
Perhaps there's a logical explanation that I might be able to come to you with about that.
Wizrun.
Yes. There are things that could help us. It could help you.
Oh, I know. But time spent in Anchor on Lake. Sin saying book evil. I still like to maybe I don't know. Trust must be earned. You mess with Black Asteron. Make village bleed black blood like me. Nothing good from Black Asteron.
We could cleanse it.
Everyone make mistakes. Sometimes.
Oh. Mowgli, you fine. Raoul, you... You have to earn trust. Wizroon, earn trust again. Biz, earn trust again. Mowgli, I can tell looking at you. I know. Also, I know Fizz kind of tricked you into that one.
Okay. I'll cleanse the crystal if Raoul's willing to hand it over.
No.
Why not?
Black crystal mine. For research purposes, you can't. Black Astron is the second rarest Astron to find. Who knows where we can find another Black Astron?
Well, like I've said, and everyone knows, including Taween, since the moment that I've met him and offered, I know how to make it out of any color except for clear.
Ah. Yes. Me remember.
The reason I want the book is not only to potentially help you, but if it's the things, anything related to other things that we are dealing with, us understanding it might be able to help us know what we might face or overcome.
And you say you don't trust me yet. From the sounds of things you've only been hearing recently. And you don't understand why I've gone down the path I have.
Fizz, honest, be me honest, never trust you from beginning.
Well, that may be, but the path I've gone down was the path I went down for you and for my brothers.
Well, we'd love to hear story. Anytime.
You want Mowgli to kill Fizz?
No, no kill. Fizz okay.
No, Mowgli would not kill Fizz. Mowgli just asking.
No. Fizz, Mowgli, take wrong. Me have to learn to explain things better.
Mowgli,
Common, not good for me.
Mowgli usually speaks Elvish. Or signing. Can't you sign?
A little bit.
Well, Raul,
I'm saying that
can.
Tywee never learned sign language.
No, he did, but he never got good at it. He only like knew two.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No.
No,
I never
you're right.
learned it.
He never learned it.
Yeah.
You taught me one word.
Yeah,
Wheel out.
right.
And he said,
Navar-
nah.
Like help.
Help. I learned one word. Help.
Help. Right. Nithyan's just kind of put her head down and been thinking for this during this conversation. Fizz,
Me. Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you were going to say anything or not.
yeah, it
Go ahead.
was. She was thinking, and she just kind of holds her hand up. I've always, I know and always have known you have your own way of doing things. But I've also always known that you alter doing things for yourself at times, but often for us and for others. I've seen it. I guess that would be my concern. So I'm going to ask you if you'd be willing to dream
Oh boy.
tonight and
Good
explain
call.
it to me. So I know where you're coming from.
Yeah. Sure. We can dream tonight.
Trust can be earned.
I have faith in Fizz. And
But-
Taween, I have faith in you. And I'm hearing what you want to say. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes. Me not pushing this away. Just letting him know. That
With RJ leaving and you lost to us, Fizz has been holding us together with intention and purpose. And we
It's a good-
saved yet another
Anchor.
good. One
And that's
in
a good point.
mountain.
good.
That's a good point, Tyween. You don't see RJ anywhere.
That is true.
I
didn't know about
mentioned it to him that RJ
Did
was
you?
on
Okay.
another dream.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still, for me, trying to objectify my connection with Tyween, which I don't think is very much at this point.
that. No, it's
no,
not.
it shouldn't be. Not this quick.
Don't worry. There'll be something there eventually.
Yeah.
Me not meaning to sound so aggressive, just hard for me to speak like this, and also just worried about Caravan.
Nithiarn holds her hand out and she goes, "This will make you feel better," and holds out a handful of nuts.
Towing, strangely, those look a little tasty.
He's going to sit down on the rock that he's on. He'll start eating them out of his hand.
Is it more of like a crouch sitting though, kind of like a squirrel might sit, as opposed to like cross-legged or hanging legs off?
Yeah, sure.
I just had to do it. Sorry.
Just me somewhat angry with group for performing such a dark ritual after what I have told everyone that has happened to me. Thought you'd know better. Is all.
Mowgli agree. You've been through terrible, and it's not acceptable that they
Oh,
nod their head to it.
You only know of squirrel thing. That wasn't ritual. That was creature touching me, performing magic. Ritual I speak of did this to me. He'll pull out-
Mowgli get pain 1,000,000 times worse than you ever had.
So as you're saying this too, he'll pull out the black knife, the black dagger,
Oh boy.
showing this tortured whole village. Ritual, evil black Astron. This is what evil rituals do if you're not careful. And he'll cut his hand. And if you look at his hand, there are cut marks all over this hand by now. He's probably cut himself at least 20 times, if not more, on this hand.
Mowgli touches the blood and reaches it to his lips.
Do you resist?
Before you even do anything,
Mm-hmm.
the blood that leaves his hand is black. Do you still attempt to
Yes.
do what you just said?
Yes.
Raoul will pull his hand away.
You mean Tywin?
Yeah, Tywin will pull his hand away.
Mm-hmm.
Black blood. Bad.
Not to confuse you, but I need Raoul to make an astrocraft check because of that
Yes,
dagger
I
being
know.
pulled out.
Yes. I'm trying to hit their voices differently as much as I can.
Yeah, no, you're doing
Yeah.
great. You're doing
That's
great.
fine. This is awesome.
I love it.
Yes, Astron.
And I'm not trying to torture you, but something relevant has come up. Raoul, that dagger, you can tell by just looking at it. It was infused in the same way as Mowgli's hammer was with that dust. It is the same process that Raoul knows that he can infuse if he gets his hand on enough dust of a type of Astron. this dagger must have been made in the same way, considering what it looks like.
Would you mind if I have the dagger? That's quite the find there. No.
Come
Don't
on,
trust.
fight. I want to see Raul and Tawi
No,
fight.
God, that would be that would be the fight. No, no one
Mowgli.
trusted with knife.
I don't trust you yet. No.
Fair. Trust must be earned.
Yes. Mowgli trusts Biz, even though he's a bad boy.
Fine. I have no problem with you. Or Fizz for the most part. He is human. Oh, I was going to Raul. He is human,
Biz good.
but
Biz real good,
top 5 humans.
even though he's not.
Before other night, number 2 favorite human. Back down to 5.
You're saying that to me?
Yes.
Yeah, out
Oh, yeah.
loud. You lost a few ranks.
You were number 2.
I didn't even know I was in second slot. God damn it.
You were number 2 after saving your lover.
Ah.
Back down to 5.
Well.
That was our joke back in the day with Tywin and Fizz.
I'll have to try and work on that, I suppose, then.
Trust can be always earned back. Now I feel well rested. Also, mad about killing of dogs. He points at Mowgli. I heard that. Dogs good. Where are my dogs?
RJ has them. He took them with him.
Damn.
Along with Novromri. He went with Novromri.
Damn. Me miss them most.
I think both me and Nithir miss him as well.
I think he misses the dogs more than RJ, but
Well,
Close.
inclusive them, I suppose.
But it is late. You all get rest. Me watch over.
so Raul, I have a nifty trick with these gloves. I can put a picket down that lasts a day. You'll be able to pass through it just fine, but nobody else will. It'll aid with the protection of the area. You might find that handy.
I already knew that. What are you talking about, Nith?
Oh, you've seen me do it?
Yes, I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it. You go in the woods all the time.
I'm sorry. I said that's Halloween.
I know. I was just messing with you. Interesting. That would be helpful. Where'd glove come from?
One of the emissaries.
A man named Senex.
Like sin?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. We, after Bugbear, I do know about bugbears.
If we survive,
We will survive. me back. No one dies on my watch.
I think there's two things
Oh.
we're trying to do here. Remember, shoot, I forgot his name. Can't find it.
Darius?
Jarius said the bugbears may be able to help and do some sort of a vision. And we, of course, have another quest. I would hope, if it's possible, I wouldn't mind doing vision before we cause trouble.
Yeah. We can try that. We can also try and reason with them of the orb.
Orb
They
needed.
got reason.
Well, they're expecting me for the dream. Jarius let them know.
Yeah.
That may be a way, at least, to start a conversation.
They're tricking you.
Well,
I believe
Teamwork.
Jarius.
yeah.
Don't know Jarius.
He was a friend that we met on our road to the mountain. Actually, to Holden initially. RJ was able to convince him to join us on our journey for a short while, at least.
We have lots of stories to share with you, don't we?
I would like to share a story with you as well soon. A story of a man and how he was tricked by a man he thought he could trust. Something I never told you guys.
I think you told us some of it, but it would be good to hear the whole story.
Told some. If I expect Fizz to tell his story, I must tell my story. Only fair. But tonight, let's rest.
Navar, it's on you.
All right. So, everybody eventually, after a tense greeting with Taween, who will be around for the next 4 days, and is going to watch over your night's rest as everybody goes to bed, finds somewhere nestled, creates a fire to keep warm for those who need the flames. And we'll pick up there next time. Went a little bit over, but you guys are having a good conversation, so
Yeah.
didn't want to stop the flow of that. That was too good.
I
Yeah.
meant to end the night with me saying what I knew about Johnny and whatnot, but we just continued.
If that's
after
where
that.
you would have let it stop, I would have been fine with that too.
That's what I planned, and then everyone's like, "Oh, okay, let's talk about this." And I was like, "Oh, all right."
Yep.
Well, in improv, if one thing you learn in improv is just keep on going until the lights go off, even when you think the natural ending happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed. Let me go send the lights off to our potential viewers, so I shall be right back. All right, everybody. Thank you for stopping and hanging out this evening. I hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the story. One character is back, even if it is for a short period of time. We shall see how that progresses and if the tensions of the party get worse or if they settle out after this initial confrontation. Until next time, next Friday at 7 p.m. EST, have a great night, safe travels, and happy adventures. Bye.